Chapter 669. Gu Hai. You're really good at scheming. No wonder Long Zhanggua sent you here. Humph. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai and snorted coldly. Gu Hai. The expression of the Azure the Arch, who was calling for help from the heavens, suddenly changed. He followed Jiang Lianshan's gaze and turned his head. He happened to see Gu Hai standing at the peak of a mountain, holding the Black Mountain token in his hand. Why are you here? Qing Emperor covered the wound on his arm that Jiang Lianshan had torn off and glared at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Ao Shun instantly flew to Gu Hai's side. Neza also flew to Gu Hai's side to protect Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared coldly at Qing Emperor and didn't say anything. Qing Emperor turned to look in the direction of the Gan district. The Gan district was still wrapped in the black sphere. The 32 great formations were still in effect, and all the powerhouses were still there. Why was Gu Hai here? Who's inside? Qing Emperor glared and roared. Jiang Lianshan turned to look at the Gan district in the distance and sneered. What a great escape technique. I'm also curious. Qing Emperor's escape technique is one thing, but how did you do it? Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. As he snorted, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the distance. Jiang Lianshan stopped the great formation of linking mountains in the distance. As soon as the great formation of linking mountains was stopped, the 32 great formations attached to it suddenly collapsed. The black sphere shrouded in rolling black clouds in the distance instantly collapsed. Boom! The smoke and clouds disappeared, revealing the Gan district. In the Gan district. As Qing Emperor placed another piece, the entire Gan district was enveloped in a great formation and completely isolated from the outside world. The faces of the White Emperor and the group of consecrators darkened. They coldly looked at the two people who were playing Go, guarding against them. As Gu Hai placed his piece, the battle between Cloud Beast Shiyu and Cloud Beast Grand Beginning became even more intense. Fortunately, the consecrators were protecting the commoners, so everything was fine. However, at this moment, Qing Emperor stopped playing, as if he was thinking. Boom, boom, boom. Shiyu and Absolute Beginning fought fiercely, but the two chess players were silent. Emperor, something doesn't seem right. Tangut narrowed his eyes. Oh. White Emperor looked at Tangut. It's too calm. Tangut frowned. At the side, some of the White Emperor's subordinates looked at the intense battle in the sky with confusion. How could this be considered calm? White Emperor narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qing Emperor and Gu Hai in the distance. Indeed, this isn't their style. Focus on playing Go. At this moment, the Qing Emperor should be making a move to deal with Gu Hai. White Emperor said sullenly. Indeed, this subordinate thinks so too, but... Tangut smiled bitterly. The Azure Mountain Order and Black Mountain Order are indeed in their hands. My White Mountain Order can sense it. White Emperor said with a frown. Most of the experts in the surroundings did not notice anything strange, but some did. However, they could not figure out what was wrong. Why isn't the Qing Emperor placing his piece? Someone in the surroundings said strangely. Could it be that the Qing Emperor's Go skills are inferior to Gu Hai's? That's impossible. That Absolute Beginning is not inferior to Shiyu the Great at all. While everyone was talking about it, suddenly, there was a loud sound. Boom! With the loud sound, the black fog ball in the sky suddenly exploded. The linking mountains formation and the 32 great formations instantly shattered. What happened? The great formations collapsed. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. They did not know what happened. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. His Holiness removed the linking mountains formation. What's going on? Isn't this a Go game? It's only halfway through. The Qing Emperor hasn't placed his piece yet. Ah. Countless experts suddenly cried out in shock halfway through their words. This was because as the great formations were removed, the fog that enveloped Gu Hai and Qing Emperor suddenly exploded. Everyone was staring at Gu Hai and Qing Emperor. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Qi Sha. He's not the Qing Emperor. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. However, Qi Sha's expression also changed. He grabbed the Qing Shan token and was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to stall for time? Why did the linking mountains formation suddenly disappear? Did the Emperor succeed? Gu Hai. If he's not Gu Hai, then what is he? Someone looked at Gu Hai in shock. Long Outyan's Jiangchen zombie. White Emperor's expression changed. However, the Jiangchen zombie reached out his hand and smashed the token in his palm into powder. Long Sanqian looked at Qi Sha and said, Hall leader was right. He's not the real Qing Emperor. Did Hall leader succeed? Long Outyan narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai is not Gu Hai, and the Qing Emperor is not Qing Emperor. Have we been fooled? But why did he lie to us? The expressions of the cultivators changed. They turned around and saw that the imperial palace in the Zhen district was in chaos. The fire god hall had exploded, and countless guards in the imperial palace were unconscious. The Qing Emperor was floating in the air. One of his arms was gone. He looked in the direction of the Deqian palace in shock and anger. His Holiness was in the air, holding one of the Qing Emperor's arms. Gu Hai was standing on a mountain peak not far away. There. Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor are there. Someone exclaimed. What happened in the imperial palace? There are so many people. It's so chaotic. The cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. White Emperor, the consecrators, and all the officials were shocked. Oh no, something's wrong. Everyone suddenly exclaimed. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, everyone flew toward the imperial palace. The White Emperor's carriage didn't care either. He took the lead and flew at the very front. At the entrance of the imperial palace. How could this be? Gu Hai, you lied to me. The Qing Emperor said with a ferocious expression. Qing Emperor, did you lie to me too? Gu Hai looked coldly at the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor was horrified. He felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. He seemed to have been forced into a dead end. No, none of this is real. Heavens, heavens, where are you? Where are you? The Qing Emperor roared at the heavens. Now, the heavens were his last hope. Although he knew that he might have been deceived, he had no other choice. He could only roar at the heavens. Perhaps it was the last hope in his heart. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, were you the one who forced the Qing Emperor to rebel? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan and shook his head. Dian, His Holiness, I don't dare to take responsibility for this. I just happened to see the Qing Emperor suddenly set up a plan and escape. I followed him to take a look. Followed him to take a look. Did you send Ao Shun to the imperial palace? So you followed him to take a look. Jiang Lianshan glared. When the Qing Emperor rebelled, this humble one asked Ao Shun to help suppress the rebellion and protect His Holiness, Dian, in order to protect the stability of the Dian dynasty. That counts as protecting the emperor. Dian, His Holiness, this humble one came with good intentions. Gu Hai said seriously. Good intentions? Are you going to watch the Azure the arch-rebel out of kindness? Or did you lead him to rebel? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The Qing Emperor rebelled because he had a rebellious heart to begin with. Gu Hai said seriously. Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened. Gu Hai was right. The Qing Emperor had a rebellious heart to begin with. However, he had always hidden it. Didn't you say you wanted to play Go? The game of Go is about life and death. Life and death are decided by the heavens. Then who is playing Go at the entrance of the Deqian Palace? Jiang Lianshan asked coldly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Solemnly, he said, the game of Go is about life and death. Life and death are decided by the heavens. This humble one said this at the beginning, and this humble one has been doing it. The game of Go is not necessarily a dead game. This humble one has been playing Go, and this game is a living one. This game has never stopped. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun and the others did not understand what Gu Hai meant, but Jiang Lianshan understood. Yes, Gu Hai had been playing Go all this time. However, Gu Hai was no longer playing Go. He was using the entire Shinong City as his chessboard and the experts of Shinong City as his chess pieces. He would surround all the experts, and Gu Hai would place his chess pieces to slay the dragon. This game of Go. The Qing Emperor lost the entire game. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. On the other side, the Qing Emperor shouted to the heavens for a while, but he did not get any response. He was instantly disheartened. However, in the next moment, he suddenly heard the conversation between Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan. The Qing Emperor's expression suddenly changed. This was because the Qing Emperor understood what Gu Hai meant. Was this a trap set by Gu Hai? Capture that black-robed man. The Qing Emperor roared into the distance. However, after the Qing Emperor roared, a guard of the Qing Emperor flew into the sky. However, that guard was also covered in blood. Emperor, that black-robed man escaped. He escaped. He's gone. The guard exclaimed. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. Suddenly, the Qing Emperor understood everything. He turned his head and looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, it's you. It's you, isn't it? That black-robed man was arranged by you. He's not the messenger of the heavens. He wasn't from the beginning. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Qing Emperor. What's the point of discussing this now? I'll kill you, the Qing Emperor roared in grief and indignation. Boom! The Qing Emperor's single palm slammed toward Gu Hai. Universe ring. Neza shouted. Boom! The universe ring activated its power and blocked the Qing Emperor's palm. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was severely injured by Jiang Lianshan. Naturally, his power was not as strong as before. Neza activated his power and blocked the Qing Emperor's attack. Whoosh! White Emperor was the first to approach. He looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. His Holiness, what's going on? Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He just stared coldly at Qing Emperor, who wasn't far away. Reporting to the White Emperor, the Qing Emperor is leading a rebellion and assassinating His Holiness. Eunuch Xiao said softly. Qing Emperor. Rebel? White Emperor's expression changed. Xiao. Whoosh. Whoosh. One by one, the peerless experts of Dian quickly flew over. His Holiness. Countless experts bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. At this moment, the experts returned one after another. Jiang Lianshan didn't need to do anything anymore. As long as the Qing Emperor dared to disrespect Jiang Lianshan again, he would definitely die. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was in a very sorry state. He looked at Neza, the sky, the Qing Emperor's residence, and the peerless experts returning one after another. The Qing Emperor knew that there was no turning back. The Qing Emperor wanted to say that he was fooled by Gu Hai and wanted to beg Jiang Lianshan for mercy. But, was there any use now? If it were in private, Jiang Lianshan might have forgiven him. But now, because of Gu Hai, everyone knew that he had rebelled and tried to assassinate Jiang Lianshan. All the people in the city and the civil and military officials knew that he had tried to assassinate His Holiness. Soon, the whole world would know. Even if Jiang Lianshan wanted to forgive him, it would be impossible. If nothing happened to him for rebelling today, countless people would come to him tomorrow. Rebelling had always been the #1 crime in a country. Dian wouldn't let him go. The Black Emperor had rebelled, and not everyone knew about it, but he was sentenced to death. What about him? Ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Jiang Lianshan, I rebelled. I'm not as good as you, and I have nothing to say now. But, I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not as good as you, but I'll never lose to this brat. Before I die, I beg you one last time. The Qing Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan, his eyes turning red. Jiang Lianshan frowned at the Qing Emperor. Let me finish this game of chess. The Qing Emperor's eyes were full of pleading. Chapter 670. Let me finish this game of chess. Without waiting for Jiang Lianshan's reply, the Qing Emperor pounced on Gu Hai again. How dare you? Traitor, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of His Holiness? Take him down. All the soldiers and officials shouted angrily. In fact, many of the worshippers were about to step forward and hold the Azure Emperor back so that they could earn some merit. Shut up! The White Emperor suddenly shouted. The White Emperor's angry shout stopped everyone in their tracks. All the officials, soldiers, and soldiers looked at the White Emperor with changed expressions. How dare the White Emperor help the Qing Emperor at this time? Wasn't she afraid that she would be implicated as a traitor? However, the White Emperor was still the White Emperor. In the Dian dynasty, he had authority that ordinary officials could never compare to. All the soldiers and officials looked at Jiang Lianshan. They saw that Jiang Lianshan didn't stop them. Instead, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. It was as if he was disappointed in the Qing Emperor. The White Emperor was also shocked at this moment. The White Emperor had heard the conversation between Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Qing Emperor. Using the game as a board and people as chess pieces? Gu Hai actually included him in the plan? No, it was the Qing Emperor and Gu Hai who included him in the plan. Unfortunately, Gu Hai was one step ahead of them and caused all of the Qing Emperor's plans to fail. What if Gu Hai wasn't one step ahead of them? What would happen then? If the Qing Emperor assassinated His Holiness, how could they not know about it? The Qing Emperor was also a good schemer. However, he met Gu Hai. The Qing Emperor rebelled, and Gu Hai made it known to the whole world. In this way, the Qing Emperor had to die even if he didn't want to. This was a serious crime, and no one could plead for him. This was also the reason why the officials who used to be very respectful to the Qing Emperor dared to shout at him just now. However, no matter how serious the crime was, he was still the Qing Emperor. Since when was it your turn to criticize him? In the end, the White Emperor protected the Qing Emperor's dignity, and also his own dignity. Therefore, no matter how righteous the officials were, the White Emperor had to shut them up. Jiang Lianshan looked at him coldly without saying a word. The one-armed Azure the Arch instantly appeared before Gu Hai. Ao Shun was about to step forward. Ao Shun, stand down. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Ao Shun immediately retreated to the side and returned the Vine World Gourd. Gu Hai reached out and waved his hand. Boom! Instantly, countless vines emerged from the Vine World Gourd to protect itself. Gu Hai held the Black Mountain token and controlled Neza, who was formed by the grand formation of linked mountains. Third Prince, I'm sorry for troubling you. I'll resurrect you one day. Gu Hai said solemnly. Alright, I believe you. Neza shouted. In a flash, Neza charged toward the Azure the Arch. He stabbed the red tasseled spear at the Qing Emperor. Boom! The Qing Emperor only had one palm strike, and he was instantly knocked away. Neza did not give up and continued to charge forward. Gu Hai, in this solitary one's entire life, I have never misjudged a single person. However, everything started with you. This solitary one kept making mistakes. Today, this solitary one cannot be forgiven. You will be buried with this solitary one. The Azure Emperor roared. Boom! 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 The battle between Neza and the Qing Emperor created powerful shockwaves. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. Whoosh! The grand formation of linked mountains was activated. A barrier formed around them and surrounded Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor, and Neza. The battle inside the barrier was intense. Neza was powerful, but the Qing Emperor was not weak either. If his right arm had not been torn off, Neza would not have been a match for the Qing Emperor. The more they fought, the fiercer the Qing Emperor became. Gradually, Neza seemed to be unable to stop the Qing Emperor. Tenghai. Gu Hai glared. Boom! Countless vines rushed out of the Vine World Gourd and enveloped the three of them. No one could see what was inside. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Fire! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom! Flames suddenly appeared in the gaps of the vine sphere. True Samadhi fire. You! The Qing Emperor's angry voice came from the vine sphere. Golden vines. Gu Hai shouted again. The Immortal slaying flying saber? Impossible. It's not the Immortal slaying flying saber. What is it? I remember now. The vines of the Immortal slaying gourd were given to you by the Long Zhanggua. What a sharp metal qi! The Qing Emperor exclaimed. Soil, come! Gu Hai shouted. Soil of breath. Are you trying to trap me? Gu Hai, you really have a lot of treasures. The Qing Emperor said angrily. The people outside were curious. They did not know what was going on inside. However, they knew that Gu Hai's Dharma treasures had trapped the Qing Emperor, who was about to go on a rampage. The Dharma treasures and the third prince Neza were able to stop the severely injured Qing Emperor. I underestimated you, Gu Hai. However, I have a move that you will not be able to block. The Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique. Clang! An angry shout came from the vine sphere. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. The White Emperor also narrowed his eyes. The Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique? Is the Qing Emperor going to fight to the death? Whoosh! At this moment, Tanggu also flew over under the lead of a group of powerhouses. Emperor, what is the Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique? Tangut asked with a frown. In the past, the Qing Emperor used this technique to project himself into someone else's body. This is a type of spiritual attack. His soul directly rushed into Gu Hai's body. White Emperor explained. Ah! Soul. The Qing Emperor's soul rushed into Lao, into Gu Hai's body. Tangut's face darkened. Yes. In the past, the Qing Emperor left a strand of his divine will on someone else's body. Then, he used the power of his divine will to travel through time and space to possess that subordinate's body. Now, he must have sent all of his divine will into Gu Hai's body and abandoned his body. He wants to die together with Gu Hai. White Emperor said solemnly. Gu Hai can't be saved. Tangut asked in astonishment. It's useless. The Qing Emperor didn't even want his body. How can Gu Hai resist? This is a battle of divine souls. The divine soul can't be strengthened in a day or two. Gu Hai has just opened the celestial palace and started cultivating the human soul. But what about the Qing Emperor? How long has the Qing Emperor been cultivating? The Qing Emperor's accumulation is something that Gu Hai can never catch up to. Gu Hai's divine soul will be destroyed. White Emperor said solemnly. Boom! A loud sound came from the rattan ball. Ah! The Qing Emperor's screams suddenly resounded in the rattan ball. What? White Emperor's expression changed. The consecrators in the surroundings were also shocked. Impossible. Why is the Qing Emperor screaming? The Celestial Palace? Why is it such a huge celestial palace? Qing Emperor shouted. Qing Emperor's body was no longer moving in the rattan ball. Gu Hai's body was also no longer moving. Although Neza stood in front of Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor's 3 souls still rushed into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai closed his eyes, but his consciousness entered the Naiwan Palace, the lower celestial palace, the place where the human soul was. The Qing Emperor's 3 souls entered Gu Hai's body and turned into 3 soul bodies. Each of them was 20 zhang tall and glowed green. 20 zhang was a terrifying number. One had to know that Ao Shun was also in the upper celestial palace. Now, he was only 90 zhang tall. Moreover, it was getting more and more difficult. The Qing Emperor had cultivated for countless years to reach this height. Normally, a normal person who entered the lower celestial palace would only have a human soul that was a few inches tall. With the Qing Emperor's human soul, he could stomp them to death with 1 foot. However, when the Qing Emperor's 3 souls rushed into Gu Hai's lower celestial palace, what he saw made the Qing Emperor collapse. 490 zhang tall. Gu Hai's human soul was 490 zhang tall. What the hell? No, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. Break for me. The Qing Emperor's 3 souls each held a green lotus seed. They emitted a powerful green light that rushed towards Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai's human soul dodged. The green lotus seed's light crashed into the lower celestial palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. Oh! What treasure! Gu Hai's eyes widened. Gu Hai's human soul reached out and slapped the mortal soul book at the Qing Emperor's human soul. Look at my green lotus! The Qing Emperor exclaimed. Boom! Ka 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 ka! Before the green lotus could unleash its power, the Qing Emperor's human soul was slapped until it went limp. The human soul let out a cracking sound. Swish! The first green lotus seed fell into the hands of the Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai felt that there was a strange power inside it. It seemed like the human soul desperately needed it. This lotus seed has a divine nature. It contains an immeasurable amount of divine nature. Gu Hai's eyes widened. Opening his mouth, Gu Hai placed the lotus seed in his mouth. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. Crunch! Gu Hai instantly crushed the lotus seed. Boom! Suddenly, green energy surged into Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai's human soul turned green in an instant. Ha ha ha, you're courting death. The divine nature of this lotus seed is not that easy to absorb. My human soul grew so much because of the green lotus seed. However, there is too much divine nature in it. No one can withstand it. You will explode soon. The Qing Emperor glared at Huang Xiaolong. However, despite the Qing Emperor's angry roar, Gu Hai's human soul did not explode. Not enough. You still have the green lotus seed. It's all mine. Gu Hai immediately stepped forward. 490 zhang, 200 zhang. Gu Hai's current size was more than twice the size of the Qing Emperor. He looked like a burly man chasing after 3 toddlers. They were not even on the same level. Smack! With a slap, Huang Xiaolong flipped over the Qing Emperor's human soul. At the same time, the mortal soul book slammed down. The Qing Emperor's human soul cracked. Gu Hai snatched another green lotus seed. Crunch! Huang Xiaolong crushed it again like frying beans. You're not going to explode. The Qing Emperor glared at Huang Xiaolong. My human soul has a strong foundation. The amount of divine nature it can store is much greater than yours. Of course, I won't explode. However, it's not enough. I still need 1 more before I can advance to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai immediately pounced. No, I won't let you succeed. Even if I explode, I will. The Qing Emperor's human soul shouted in shock and anger. Boom! With a slap, the Qing Emperor's human soul was sent flying by Gu Hai. Moreover, he used the mortal soul book. Countless cracks appeared on the Qing Emperor's human soul. Crunch! Gu Hai ate the last green lotus seed. Buzz! Billowing green energy filled the Gu Hai's human soul. It's finally full. Divine nature, activate! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Countless green energies rushed toward the head of the Gu Hai's human soul. Buzz! The Gu Hai's human soul returned to its original state. However, a green light wheel appeared behind its head. A powerful divine aura immediately pressed down on the 3 shattered human souls of the Qing Emperor. How is this possible? A divine light wheel? Ha ha ha! The Qing Emperor painfully tried to escape from the outside world. However, it was easy to enter the Heavenly Palace, but difficult to leave. The second level of the Heavenly Palace. The Greenwood Divine Light Wheel can intimidate the human souls of all wood elementalists. The Gu Hai's human soul seemed to be in a good mood. Explode! The Qing Emperor's 3 souls roared in despair. It seemed to want to perish together with the Gu Hai's heavenly palace. Don't explode in my heavenly palace. The Gu Hai's human soul waved his hand. The Qing Emperor's 3 souls immediately flew out. However, they suddenly burst out with boundless energy and rushed out. Boom! The ball of vines around the Gu Hai exploded. Instantly, the Gu Hai's 3 souls were exposed. Strands of azure-colored light seemed to appear behind Gu Hai's head. Neza stood in front of the Gu Hai to protect him. His body was badly damaged by the explosion. The Qing Emperor's shattered soul returned to his body. At this moment, although he did not have the accumulation of energy from Gu Hai's magic treasures, his entire body was like a pile of mud. Ha ha ha, I hate you so much. Why didn't I kill you earlier? Why? Ha 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 ha. The Qing Emperor's voice was weak and full of despair. You should have expected this day to come when you killed my wife. Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor. The resentment in his eyes dissipated slightly. Buzz! The Qing Emperor trembled. He stared at the Gu Hai in disbelief. You are going against me because of Qin Xian, In the eyes of the Qing Emperor, women were like clothes. He would never risk his life to take revenge for a woman. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. Cough, 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 cough. The Qing Emperor laughed miserably. As he laughed, the Qing Emperor's body coughed. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and stopped breathing. The Qing Emperor had died. Chapter 671. The Qing Emperor died at the hands of an outsider in front of Jiang Lianshan, Dian, and all the civil and military officials. They only watched coldly, and no one came forward to help. If this had happened a day ago, no one would have dared to imagine such a scene. That was the Qing Emperor, the revered Qing Emperor who was second only to the Emperor and above hundreds of millions of people. Yet, he was killed by an outsider just like that. However, this was the truth. No one dared to plead for mercy for the Qing Emperor. Even White Emperor did not say anything. This was because the Qing Emperor had rebelled. Treason was an unforgivable crime in any nation. Jiang Lianshan was already being merciful by not killing the Qing Emperor. In the end, the Qing Emperor begged Jiang Lianshan to let him finish this game of Go. This game of Go was a battle between the Qing Emperor and Gu Hai. It was both a fight and a game of Go. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor lost every game of Go against Gu Hai. He even died. Of the countless officials, some gloated over the Qing Emperor's death. However, some glared at Gu Hai, their eyes burning with anger. Emperor! In the distance, the Qing Emperor's former subordinates suddenly knelt down and cried. "Farewell, Emperor." In the distance, 7 kills and the others knelt down and cried. Even though the Qing Emperor died, there were still people mourning for him. Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor's corpse and sighed softly. No one could save the person he killed. Give the Qing Emperor a grand burial in accordance to the Black Emperor's style. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Yes. The officials were slightly surprised as they answered and knelt down. It would not be too much to whip the corpse of a traitor in public. Yet, His Holiness wanted to give him a grand burial. However, no one dared to refute His Holiness's words. White Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan and suddenly bowed respectfully. Even though the Qing Emperor had made countless mistakes, Jiang Lianshan still remembered their old friendship and his promise to the 5 emperors had not changed. Who? Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. The linking mountains formation was immediately withdrawn, and a gust of wind blew past, and Neja's body quickly disappeared. Gu Hai stared at Neza in surprise. Why didn't Neza run away like Sun Wukong? Ancient Emperor, remember what you said. Neza looked at Gu Hai as he dissipated. No, this Neza is also a little abnormal. Don't worry, Third Prince. When Gu Hai has the ability, I will definitely revive you. Gu Hai solemnly said. Neza nodded and vanished into thin air. Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Dian, His Holiness, I wonder if my Book of Changes is up to your standards. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. However, no one in the crowd said a word. In the Qing Emperor's residence, he first sent people to deceive the Qing Emperor and misled him into thinking that the Qing Emperor was the messenger of heaven. Then, in the Flame God Hall, the Book of Changes provoked the Qing Emperor's desire and fear, causing the Qing Emperor to lose his composure. Third, he used Qian spies to mobilize the Black Emperor's former subordinates to intercept the Qing Emperor's former subordinates and frame me. Fourth, he used Long Zhangguo's projection to threaten the Qing Emperor, forcing the Qing Emperor to choose between 2 options. He set up a trap, misled the officials, trapped them in the Qian district, and assassinated me. Fifth, when he saw the Qing Emperor's rebellion, he spread the news and made it known to the whole world. Good, good, what a big game of chess, what a chain of schemes. I realize that you are becoming more and more like that old man Guanqi. Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly, and the expressions of the officials around them changed. From Jiang Lianshan's words, everyone knew that everything was done by Gu Hai. How did he do it? At the same time, all the officials looked at Gu Hai with disgust. He, Gu Hai, was the culprit. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Lianshan knew. Or had he known from the start? It turned out that Jiang Lianshan knew everything clearly. His Holiness of the Heavenly Court was indeed not easy to deal with. Dian, His Holiness, since you knew, why didn't you stop him midway? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Jiang Lianshan indeed didn't stop him. He wanted to give the Qing Emperor a chance to turn back. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor didn't turn back. That day in the imperial court, it was clearly said that life and death are up to the heavens. Dian, His Holiness, are you regretting it now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Humph, what a sharp tongue. Are you avenging Ram Saint or Chen Xian her? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Chen Xian, my wife. Gu Hai said in a low voice. At the side, the White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Chen Xian, Back then, when the White Emperor wanted to be resurrected, it was I who calculated the location of Chen Xian, It was I who asked the Qing Emperor to go and retrieve the White Emperor's soul. Are you going to kill me too? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Gu Hai looked up at Jiang Lianshan, took a deep breath, and said, I only wanted to avenge my wife. Now, I've done it. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Because Jiang Lianshan felt that Gu Hai didn't seem to have finished speaking. Had he taken his revenge? That was it. That was it. Gu Hai wanted to resurrect Chen Xian. However, at this moment, Jiang Lianshan and the others couldn't see anything else from Gu Hai's face. Jiang Lianshan snorted. Dian, His Holiness, I wonder if the Book of Changes is to your liking? Gu Hai asked again. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai. The Book of Changes is indeed extraordinary. Although I haven't fully understood it, it can surpass the Lianshan Yi. When Jiang Lianshan said this, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. In that case, His Holiness, Dian, agrees. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a frown, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't agree immediately. By the way, before we came, Daqianqing asked me to bring you something. Gu Hai took out a sachet. The sachet was very old, and the flowers inside had already dried. It was embroidered with white silk and had an 8 trigrams in the center. The sachet was very ordinary, and the surrounding people were curious. Sachet? Why did Long Zhanggua give His Holiness a sachet? Whoosh! Jiang Lianshan stretched out his hand, and the sachet instantly flew into Jiang Lianshan's hand. This sachet. Jiang Lianshan's eyes widened, and he seemed to be a little excited. Daqianqing said, this was embroidered by Murong Yan for you in the past. Murong Yan's heart didn't change, but you don't deserve her. Did you change your heart after reincarnating? Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she still won't choose you. Guanqi can point his sword at the 6 paths for her. What about you? Gu Hai repeated. Gu Hai only repeated the original words, because Gu Hai knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything about Murong Yan. Guanqi can point his sword at the 6 paths for her. Jiang Lianshan suddenly showed a disdainful smile, but in the next moment, a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. I've already delivered the message. Dian, His Holiness, are you going to go back on your words now? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan and asked. Jiang Lianshan grabbed the sachet and sniffed it lightly. Suddenly, a few streaks of blood appeared in his eyes. Of course, I won't go back on my words. I've already agreed to Long Zhanggua's matter. His Holiness. White Emperor exclaimed. However, Jiang Lianshan's will couldn't be changed. Since he had already agreed, no one could stop him. Thank you, Dian, for His Holiness. Gu Hai said with a smile. But. Jiang Lianshan suddenly glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was puzzled. Qing Emperor died because of you, and I don't like you. Let Long Zhanggua get someone else to talk to me about this matter. You, get out of the Dian dynasty. Jiang Lianshan glared at him and said coldly. Huh? Gu Hai's face stiffened. Many officials around them stared at Gu Hai. Get out of the Dian dynasty. Despicable person, get out of here quickly. His Holiness is merciful. This kind of despicable person should be killed to show the world. The officials shouted at Gu Hai angrily. They seemed to be agitated and wanted to keep Gu Hai here. Gu Hai glanced at Jiang Lianshan, but he wasn't angry. This was because Gu Hai knew that Jiang Lianshan was protecting him. Although the Qing Emperor had rebelled, there were countless loyal people in the Dian dynasty. Not only that, there were many people in the Dian dynasty who were on good terms with him. Now that the Qing Emperor died because of him, those people would definitely blame him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. It wasn't good to stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan and bowed solemnly. Ao Shun, let's go. Gu Hai shouted. Xiao. Gu Hai and Ao Shun quickly flew in the direction of the Deqian Palace. Gu Hai quickly flew to the Deqian Palace. Hall Master. Long Sanqian and Long Outyan greeted respectfully. Lord Gu. The people of the Deqian diplomatic group bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. He led everyone into the Deqian palace. The countless experts outside watched in amazement for a while before gradually dispersing. That night, Sima Changkong returned. Gu Hai extended his hand and released a surge of heaven-replenishing energy. Immediately, Sima Changkong's face, which was full of pustules, was healed. Hall Master, your plan is really amazing. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in amazement. Mr. Sima did well. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have such adaptability. Gu Hai smiled. Hall Master, you flatter me. I've always been a frog in a well. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Jiang Lianshan has already given the order. I'll leave tomorrow. Sima Changkong will be in charge here. Long Sanqian and Long Outyan will stay behind to assist. Soon, other officials from the Deqian Palace will arrive. Our matter is settled. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Ram Saint couldn't do what Ram Saint had been here for 3 years. Gu Hai had done it in just 10 days. No wonder His Holiness asked Gu Hai to come over. Ram Saint is dead, and I killed the Qing Emperor. There will be no more grudges between the Gan and Yen dynasties. Things will get busier in the future. Everyone, take care. Gu Hai said solemnly. Hall Master, are you really going back? Sima Changkong said with some regret. The Gan-Yen alliance was basically negotiated by Gu Hai. But at this time, he abandoned Gu Hai. How would this credit be calculated? Gu Hai smiled slightly. Don't worry, my reward should be coming soon. The next day, some Dayan officials came to the Deqian Palace with gloomy expressions. Sima Changkong received them. Under the orders of His Holiness, we're here to escort Hall Master Gu away. Where's Gu Hai? An official said in a deep voice. Sima Changkong smiled slightly. You don't have to worry. Hall Master left last night. Left? What? The Dayan officials were shocked. A few of the officials' expressions changed, showing anxiety. Obviously, the officials had their own arrangements, but they didn't expect Gu Hai to not give them a chance. Chapter 672. It was the 3rd day after Gu Hai left Shinong City. Outside Shinong City, a new guest was welcomed. It was a yellow-robed man with a huge yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man was none other than the son of Tai, Luya. Luya stepped on the peak of a mountain. In front of him was a group of about 1,000 men in green. The leader was a subordinate of Heavenly Palace who had accompanied the Qing Emperor to assassinate Jiang Lianshan. Although he had just entered Heavenly Palace, he was one of the top people in the world. The 1,000 people behind him all looked fierce. They looked at Luya fiercely. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Are you with Gu Hai? The leader of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses glared at him. Qing Emperor's men of sacrifice. Luya narrowed his eyes. What does it have to do with you? Humph, Gu Hai followed this path. We chased him until here, and you appeared. Are you helping Gu Hai stop us? The Heavenly Palace powerhouse said with a glare. In that case, Gu Hai has already left Shinong City. Luya said calmly. Sir, don't talk nonsense with this weirdo. He's blocking us. Just kill him together. That's right. We must avenge the Emperor. Gu Hai took advantage of the Emperor's injury and used despicable means to kill him. He must die. We want to avenge the Emperor. Kill him. Kill him. The 1,000 people were furious. The leader of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses was also in great sorrow. He did not care about anything else. Humph, Gu Hai must be in front. Kill him. Boom. The 1,000 powerhouses swarmed toward Luya. Luya revealed a cold smile. Treasure, please turn around. With a cold snort, a saber light suddenly appeared in Luya's gourd. The saber light was dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire world. Whoosh! A long saber could be vaguely seen flying out, but it instantly flew back into the gourd. Only then did the saber light between heaven and earth dim. Luya flung his sleeves and ignored the people behind him. He turned around and flew into the air. Behind him, the heads of thousands of Qing Emperor's subordinates, including those from Heavenly Palace, all flew into the air. As they flew, their eyes widened in disbelief. A beam of saber light annihilated 1,000 experts. Bang! 1,000 corpses fell to the ground. However, Luya took a step and flew into the distance. Looks like Gu Hai didn't go far. Humph, you can't run away. Luya revealed a cold smile. Swish! In an instant, Luya transformed into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Han Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. A black angel led tens of thousands of Tongtian emissaries to the outskirts of the Infinite Celestial Capital. Elder, that's Gu Hai's Han Dynasty. A four-winged angel respectfully reported to the black angel. Gu Hai captured first young master and second young master. Now, we can't find Gu Hai's whereabouts. Since we can't find him, we'll go straight to Gu Hai's lair. He captured first young master and second young master, and will capture his son, the black angel said with a gloomy expression. Yes, Elder is wise. The angels immediately said. The black angel narrowed his eyes at the huge floating city in front of him. Search and seize the Infinite Celestial Capital's Imperial Palace. The black angel said coldly. Yes. Boom. Countless angels suddenly flew toward the Infinite Celestial Capital. The angels descended, and holy light instantly enveloped the entire Infinite Celestial Capital. In the Imperial Palace. Sister, look, it's that group of angels. Brother-in-law sent a message back a while ago saying that angels might come looking for trouble. Sure enough, they came. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. Long Wanqing looked at the angels in the distance and sneered. Solar God Temple's angels. This is the Han Dynasty's capital. If you dare take one step closer, I won't hold back anymore. Long Wanqing said coldly. Her voice instantly reached the sky. The black angel's expression darkened. Who are you? I am the Empress of the Han Dynasty. Long Wanqing said solemnly. Empress? The black angel's eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha, it's Gu Hai's woman. Quick, we've made the right choice this time. Capture Gu Hai's woman and Gu Hai's son. Let's see if Gu Hai will let the two young masters go. There's no need for the others to live either. Kill them. The black angel shouted excitedly. Yes. Countless angels answered. You're courting death. Long Wanqing glared. Return of the 10,000 swords. Duguqiubai's shout came from the void. Boom. Suddenly, billions of sword chi rushed into the sky and rushed toward countless angels in an instant. What? Ah! Duguqiubai's sword chi was extremely ferocious. All two-winged angels were instantly cut down by the sword chi. The four-winged angels were instantly chased by a large amount of sword chi. The six-winged angels barely managed to fly out. Szzz. Shimen Chueshua quickly killed each of them with his sword. How dare you! In the distance, the black angel's expression changed, and he instantly approached. Elder, save me! The angels screamed in fear. The black angel waved his sleeve, and a large number of angels were immediately swept out of the battlefield. However, Shimen Chueshua's sword also arrived. Boom! The Black Angel slapped Shimen Chueshue's longsword away, and the powerful aura of Heavenly Palace instantly burst out. Ah! Ah! Panicked cries of the common people came from below. The aura of Heavenly Palace was so strong that many of them vomited blood. How dare you! Long Wanqing glared. The Black Angel immediately found Long Wanqing through the voice. Ha ha ha, so you're Gu Hai's woman here. The Black Angel rushed down excitedly. How dare you! Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, and Shimen Chueshue immediately rushed over with their swords. Boom! The Black Angel formed a shield around him, and it immediately knocked away the 3 long swords. Humph, the difference between Heavenly Palace and Middle Palace is not only in power. Ignorant! The Black Angel snorted. Boom! The shield exploded, and a powerful shockwave immediately formed, knocking Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, and Shimen Chueshue away. The Black Angel's speed was also very shocking. He arrived in the palace in an instant, in front of Long Wanqing. Be careful, Empress! Screams came from all around. The Black Angel grabbed with his hand, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if Long Wanqing could not escape. Long Wanqing glared. She flung her phoenix robe and said with a cold expression, "You're courting death." As she spoke, Long Wanqing reached out and slapped at the Black Angel. You overestimate yourself. The Black Angel sneered and grabbed with his hand. The 2 palms collided. Hong! The void shook violently. Countless angels suddenly seemed to have been hit by the body immobilization spell. They saw that after the Black Angel was hit by Long Wanqing's palm, his entire body flew backward. While flying backward, his body crazily changed shape and then instantly exploded. He turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered everywhere. How is that possible? An angel said in shock. The Black Angel had become an 8-winged angel through a special secret method. He was an 8-winged angel. Even if he had just entered Heavenly Palace, he should not have been blown up by a single palm. Blown up? Even Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chueshue, and Dugu Qiubai's eyelids twitched. There was nothing fancy about it. She blew up Heavenly Palace with a single palm. Was she the Empress of the Han Dynasty? Sister, you are so strong. It would be great if I were as strong as you. Long Wanyu said excitedly. Just as Long Wanyu was cheering, all of the angels were startled, and they immediately turned around and fled. Run! 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 The angels cried out in alarm. Is it too late to leave now? 10,000 swords returned to origin. Dugu Qiubai shouted coldly. Boom! Boundless sword energy enveloped the angels again. The 2-winged angels were instantly killed, the 4-winged angels were heavily injured, and the 6-winged angels barely managed to escape the area of 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, Shimen Chueshue's sword instantly sent countless angels' heads flying. Zhang Sanfeng's longsword turned, and the escaping angels were all sent back by the Taiji circle and killed by Shimen Chueshue. Only 3 6-winged angels managed to escape and flew out of the infinite celestial capital. They were fleeing in fear and inexplicable panic. However, they did not manage to get far. Whoosh! 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 3 thin needles pierced the back of the heads of the 3 6-winged angels and came out from between their eyebrows, piercing into their temples. What? The 3 6-winged angels' expressions changed. They saw Dongfang Bubi pull the red string in his hand. Boom! 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 The heads of the 3 6-winged angels exploded. All the angels that came were killed. Countless civilians and soldiers in the infinite celestial capital were shocked. They did not expect it to be resolved so quickly. Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Montez stood in the square of the soaring palace hall with bitter smiles. They had thought that they were already very strong after training in the Azura realm for 3 years. However, looking at this battle, they felt that the Empress was much weaker than them. He seemed to be far weaker than the Empress. Moreover, these 4 cloud beasts were simply freaks. At the Longevity Temple, the unborn man also stepped out of the main hall and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace. He smiled when he saw the power of Long Wanqing's palm strike. He was happy that Long Wanqing had such power. However, in the next moment, the unborn man's expression changed. No, there's still an expert. The unborn man suddenly turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in the distance. A silver-robed man stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the infinite celestial capital with a gloomy expression. Angels? A bunch of trash, the silver-robed man said coldly. Ho Qing, the unborn man exclaimed in shock. The person the unborn man was most worried about was here. Outside Shenong City, on one of Gu Hai's flying boats, Mu Chenfeng, elite hall disciple, escort Gao Chen to the East Sea. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mu Chenfeng answered. Master, why do I have to go? I don't like to be with Ziwei and Changsheng. Gao Chen said unwillingly. Gu Hai took out 5 black tokens. A year ago, I sent someone to get in touch with them. These are the Black Emperor tokens that they lent me. They helped me a lot this time. Help me bring them to them. But Gao Chen was reluctant. No buts. They helped me before. This time, they need my help, so you have to go. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah. Gao Chen smiled bitterly. Also, inform me immediately if there's anything. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Gao Chen nodded. Mu Chenfeng received Gu Hai's order and led the elite hall disciples to escort Gao Chen to the East Sea. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat was empty, leaving only 4 people. Gu Hai, Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yan Hua. Yi Hua and Yan Hua were still detained and seemed to be in a bad mood. Hall Master, it's just the 4 of us. Do you want me to fly with you? It'll be faster. Ao Shun asked. Gu Hai shook his head. He looked at the surrounding forest. You've been following us for a long time. Come out. Gu Hai shouted. Huh? Ao Shun's expression changed. Chapter 673. You've been following me for a long time, haven't you? Come on out. Gu Hai shouted. Huh? Ao Shun's expression changed. Someone was following him. Ao Shun's expression changed. He was at the level of Heavenly Palace. How could he not notice that someone was following him? Who was it? How did the hall leader find out? Yan Hua and Yi Hua also widened their eyes and looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Who was there? Gu Hai could not sense if there was anyone, and he did not have the ability to do so, but Gu Hai could already guess. Mosquito Daoren. How could Gu Hai not have guessed all the abnormalities in the past? He was the only one who followed him. And he was like a ghost, constantly causing trouble for him. In fact, Gu Hai had even mentioned to Sima Changkong so that Sima Changkong would not lose information in front of the Azure the Arch to avoid giving himself away. Mosquito Daoren had been following him. There must be something wrong. Was he looking for Changming? Gu Hai did not want him to follow him anymore. He had attracted one master after another. He could turn the situation around once or twice, but he could not do it again and again. What if he could not turn the situation around next time? It was better to solve it now. Was Mosquito Daoren here? Mosquito Daoren was in a forest in the distance. Not long ago, Mosquito Daoren knew that it was the fake Gu Hai who had severely injured Mr. Dongfang. His original guess was restless again. But in the next moment, Gu Hai killed Qing Emperor on the other side. Qing Emperor was not as strong as him, but the difference was not too big. Gu Hai had killed him. And in front of Jiang Lianshan? Mosquito Dauran immediately retreated gloomily. Mosquitoes had amazing endurance. There was no chance this time, but there would be a next time. He would lurk around him. Take it slow and wait. There would be a time when he could kill with one strike. But what did Gu Hai just say? He knows about me. How did he know? He had never been exposed before. Mosquito Dauran felt conflicted and worried. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Hai was so powerful. He realized that if he were to go all out, wouldn't he? Do you want me to invite you? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai could guess Mosquito Dauran's thoughts, so Gu Hai pretended to be strong and looked around coldly. He seemed to be a little impatient. Ao Shun stood at the side and kept looking around, but there was nothing. Mosquito Dauran's heart was tormented. What should he do? Looking at Gu Hai's cold eyes, Mosquito Dauran smiled bitterly. There was no other way. So be it. Just as Mosquito Dauran was about to come out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, in the forest not far from Mosquito Dauran, the sound of weeds rustling could be heard. It was like a storm that escaped into the distance. What? There's someone else. Mosquito Dauran's expression changed. Someone was following Gu Hai. Didn't Gu Hai notice me? I'm scared to death. But who is it? Why didn't I notice him? When the storm rushed out, Gu Hai's face darkened. Is it Mosquito Dauran? However, the storm seemed to be escaping quickly. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Ao Shun rushed over with a glare. Stop! Boom! Ao Shun rushed out. Gu Hai's face darkened. Ao Shun, be careful. If it was Mosquito Dauran, Ao Shun shouldn't be a match for him. However, in the next moment, Ao Shun kicked out. Boom! The escaping expert was instantly kicked back. He crashed into a large number of trees and a mountain and rolled on the ground. Countless broken trees collapsed. Ah! Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mosquito Dauran was kicked away by Ao Shun. That's impossible. Although Ao Shun can go to the Heavenly Palace, he can't be that capable. Is it someone else? Gu Hai looked at the broken trees in the distance. The Mosquito Taoist also looked at the place of the broken wood. However, he couldn't see anyone. It seemed to be transparent. Whoosh! Ao Shun noticed it and instantly appeared in front of him, slapping down with his palm. Spare me, don't. A cry of alarm came from the forest. Boom! Puff! With a loud sound and a mouthful of blood, a huge figure was exposed in front of everyone. A chameleon? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It was a huge chameleon demon lying on the ground and spitting out blood. He looked at Ao Shun in horror. Chameleon? No wonder I couldn't find you. If it wasn't for the aura of the dragon, I wouldn't have found you. Who are you? Why are you following us? Ao Shun said coldly. He approached and stepped on the demon's body. The chameleon demon immediately turned into a man covered in blood. He begged for mercy, Crown Prince Ao Shun, mercy. Ao Shun reached out and sealed his cultivation. Then, he brought him onto Gu Hai's flying ship. You scared me to death. Bah, chameleon demon, you almost exposed me. When I'm free, I'll go to your nest and destroy all chameleon demons. Mosquito Dauran sighed in the forest. Boom! The chameleon demon fell on the deck and rolled 3 times before stopping. Gu Hai walked forward step by step. Your Majesty, it's just a chameleon demon in the lower celestial palace. Chameleon demons are one of the most powerful demons. How did your Majesty find out? Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai with admiration. Gu Hai was speechless. How do I know there's a chameleon demon? I'm looking for Mosquito Dauran. Who are you? Why are you following me? Gu Hai asked coldly. I'm just passing by. I'm really passing by. Senior, please spare me. Please spare me. The chameleon demon kept begging for mercy. You don't want to say? Ha, Ao Shun, today, we'll eat chameleon demons. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't, Senior, I really don't know. The chameleon shouted. Ao Shun stepped forward and was about to tear the chameleon apart. The chameleon demon smiled bitterly. I was wrong. Mr. Good, please spare me. Mr. Good, please spare me. I'll tell you. Oh. Now you recognize me? Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, this little demon is stupid. I can't believe I tried to be smart in front of Mr. Good. I won't. The chameleon demon lowered its head. Tell me. Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, Elder Schwanen asked me to follow Mr. Good. The chameleon demon smiled bitterly. Oh. Schwanen? Schwanen of the Wanshou Taoism. I gave him a chance to live, but he sent you to follow me? Why? Gu Hai stared. I. The chameleon demon stammered. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just stared at the chameleon demon. Perhaps the pressure from Gu Hai was too great. The chameleon demon said bitterly, Elder Schwanen led the team. We came to follow Zhang Yulian, but Zhang Yulian is very cunning. We lost her. When we reached Shinong City, Elder Schwanen saw you and thought that Zhang Yulian would definitely come to you. As long as we followed you, we would be able to find Zhang Yulian, so. Zhang Yulian? Who is that? Gu Hai frowned. The chameleon demon opened its mouth. But in the end, it didn't dare to hide the truth. Zhang Yulian is the great disciple of the Taisheng Taoism, the Taisheng who fought with you at the Thousand Saints Conference. Oh. Zhang Yulian? Kill her. Why? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. The chameleon demon felt bitter. Speak. Gu Hai stared. Zhang Yulian passed her position to Lin Wanner. Elder Xuandu wants to get Zhang Yulian back and make her change the position, so he asked Elder Schwanen to lead the team. The chameleon demon told him everything it knew. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. So many things happened in Wanshou Taoism. Yes. The chameleon demon lowered its head. Schwanen? How bold. I let him go once, but he still doesn't know what's good for him. Gu Hai stared. Mr. Good, it's not my fault. I'm just a guardian beast of Wanshou Taoism. I'm just waiting for orders. The chameleon demon said in fear. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just take me to see Schwanen later. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha. The chameleon demon's expression changed. Hall Master, why do we need to wait? Ao Shun asked with a hint of confusion. Because the person I'm waiting for hasn't come out yet. Gu Hai shook his head. What? Ao Shun was confused. Gu Hai looked around. Okay, the chameleon demon is just an interlude. You should come out now. The surrounding forest was completely silent. With the experience just now, the mosquito Daoran was not in a hurry this time. Maybe Gu Hai is tricking me. He doesn't know if I'm here or not. He did it on purpose. Wasn't that chameleon just unlucky? Maybe there's someone else. Hall leader, there shouldn't be anyone else. Ao Shun said blankly. It was already surprising enough that a chameleon demon appeared. Could there be someone else? Our journey was very secretive. How could there be anyone else? Sure enough, the surroundings were quiet and no one responded. Mosquito Daoran, don't hide anymore. Come out. Aren't you tired of following us from the boundless celestial capital? Gu Hai said in a low voice again. Mosquito Daoran. Ao Shun's expression changed and he immediately became alert. The chameleon demon, Yi Hua, and Yan Hua's expressions changed. Was it real? Mosquito Daoran was following them. In the forest, Mosquito Doran's expression also changed. He was still hoping for a fluke, but now that Gu Hai had named him, there was no other possibility. Did he really find me? Gu Hai did not say anything as he looked down coldly. Why am I so unlucky? Mosquito Daoran hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Boom! Suddenly, Mosquito Daoran flew out. Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes flew around and buzzed. Gu Hai, did you find me long ago? Mosquito Daoran stood in the air and said ferociously. Is there really someone? Yi Hua's eyes widened. Mosquito Taoist priest. Ao Shun looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. The chameleon demon was dumbfounded at this moment, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that the person Mr. Good wanted to force out wasn't me, but Mosquito Daoran? The chameleon demon looked at Gu Hai in despair, hoping to get an answer from Gu Hai. Gu Hai glanced at the chameleon demon. I was looking for Mosquito Daoran. You jumped out yourself. No one forced you. The chameleon's eyes widened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Looking at Mosquito Daoran, the chameleon demon had a murderous desire in his eyes. Why didn't you come out earlier? You scared me. I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 674. Buzz. A large number of mosquitoes surrounded the Mosquito Daoran. At this moment, the Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai as if he was facing a great enemy. Ao Shun became alert. Yi Hua and Yan Hua's expressions also changed. The chameleon demon was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Mosquito Daoran, you are a senior. My cultivation is not as good as yours. Why are you so nervous? Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai smiled warmly. However, his palms were clammy with cold sweat. Gu Hai, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. I know that I am not as good as you, but I am not afraid of you. You found out today, but we will meet again in the future. Humph. Mosquito Daoran snorted and was about to leave. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai cautiously. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, you have put in a lot of effort to deal with me. However, Mr. Mosquito Daoran, have you realized that there is no enmity between us? Why do we have to fight to the death? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes. There is no enmity between us, but are you willing to hand over Changming to me? Let's put it this way. You can't find Changming. What if, even if, I am dead? Changming is still hiding from you. What can you do? Gu Hai smiled. Ah. Mosquito Daoran suddenly froze. He had always thought that Gu Hai was blocking him. Now that Gu Hai said that, if not for Gu Hai, he would not have gained any benefits. There is no enmity between us, so why should we fight? You don't want to be my enemy, and I don't want to make an enemy. Can't we talk? Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Doran's eyelids twitched. He was silent for a while. Talk. What is there to talk about? There is nothing to talk about. Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. There is a solution to everything, isn't there? What do you want? Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you and form a good relationship with you. Who knows? Gu Hai smiled. Good relationship? I don't need good karma. Mosquito Taoist glared at him. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, I know you are capable. In Wanshou Taoism, you have eaten the disciple of the Tongtian sect master, and the third-grade golden lotus in the Holy Land. You have great achievements. You are famous. Are you really that you have no desires? Of you? Of you? Aren't you also being chased by the two holy lands? Long Zhanghua, the most powerful person in the world, still has a favor to ask of Jiang Lianshan. Don't you have any desires? If you don't have any, why are you hiding from me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. What are you trying to say? Mosquito Daoran glared at Gu Hai. Resolve the knot between you and me. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Resolve the knot between you and me? If you give me Chang Ming, the knot between us will be resolved. Are you willing? Mosquito Daoran sneered. Gu Hai shook his head. Chang Ming is my subordinate. I will not make things difficult for him. However, if you want to resolve the problem, you should at least let me know where the problem is. Chang Ming is not qualified to offend you, right? You have not appeared for 1,000 years. Chang Ming is not even 1,000 years old. Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai for a while. Chang Ming took my things. Oh. That's all. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Do you know what? That's all. Mosquito Daoran said in disdain. No matter what it is, as long as it is an item, it has a price. If there is a price, there is room for negotiation, right? Gu Hai smiled. Room for negotiation? Mosquito Daoran frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, there is room for negotiation. Not only do I want to resolve the knot between you and me, but I also want to resolve the knot between you and Chang Ming. After all, he is my subordinate. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai for a while and said in a low voice, there is a price? Some things are priceless. That depends on who it is. If you don't tell me, how would I know if it is priceless? Gu Hai shook his head. Mosquito Daoran was silent for a while and said, do you think the chaos element bead has a price? Are you willing to let Chang Ming give it to me? Is he willing to give it to me? Chaos element bead? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 16th of the 16 great treasures of history, the chaos element bead? Ao Shun stared. Yes, the chaos element bead is in Chang Ming's hands. You don't know, right? Ha 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 ha, now, you want the chaos element bead more than I do, right? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in disdain. Gu Hai smiled and shook his head. Chaos element bead? Do you think I will fall out with Chang Ming for the chaos element bead? Mosquito Daoran raised his eyebrows and then mocked, why are you pretending in front of me? Everyone in the world wants one of the 16 great treasures of history. You are not moved at all. Do you think I will believe you? Don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. How do you know what I am thinking? Gu Hai sneered. Even if you quibble, I won't believe you. Mosquito Daoran sneered. Let's put it this way. I want to ask Mosquito Daoran why I want the chaos element bead. Can you tell me? Or rather, what do I want the chaos element bead for? Gu Hai said with a smile. The chaos element bead is one of the 16 great treasures of history. Who wouldn't be envious of it? With the chaos element bead, one can protect oneself and defend against enemies in the world. One can roam freely in the world. Don't you want it? Mosquito Daoran sneered. What you say makes sense. However, why do I have to hold on to it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Such a good treasure. Instead of holding on to it, you want to push it away. The chaos element bead is in my hands. I only have one chaos element bead. However, the chaos element bead is in Chang Ming's hands. Chang Ming is my subject, so wouldn't the chaos element bead be used by me as well? In fact, I can even let the chaos element bead leave me to do other things. Defend against enemies in the world. I have Chang Ming. He will naturally help me do that. Protect myself? Changming will naturally protect me. Why do I still need to hold the chaos element bead in my hands? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah. Mosquito Daoran was rendered speechless for a moment. Gu Hai actually spoke of the treasure that he desperately wanted so casually. However, it made so much sense that he actually did not know how to refute it. What if Changming does not listen to you? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. You refine the treasure, and I refine the country. As long as the country exists, Changming will not leave. You are alone, so you can only run when facing Wanshou Taoism. You can only run when facing the Ling Mountain Holy Land. If the Deqian Celestial Empire pursues you with all its might, you can only run, right? However, it is different for me. I have a nation and many officials. I will only grow stronger and stronger. All the outstanding talents in the world will be at my disposal. My strength will easily multiply. On the other hand, you can only slowly improve yourself. Isn't that so? Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran's expression darkened. To those who cultivate and establish a country, external objects are insignificant. Just like Long Zhangguo's heaven-splitting axe, he has lent it out several times. Do you dare to lend out your treasure often? In Long Zhangguo's eyes, even heaven-splitting axe is nothing. What is your 16th Dharma treasure? To us who establish a country, the chaos element bead is really nothing. Only you take it too seriously. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Mosquito Daoran felt uncomfortable for a moment. Was he mocking him? Then I want the chaos element bead. Are you willing to give it to me? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. If you promise me one thing, I will immediately ask Changming to give it to you. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah. Really? What? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Like I said earlier, the chaos element bead is not in my hands, but it is in my group of forces. That is enough. If you join my Han dynasty, I will give you the chaos element bead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What a joke. You really dare to ask me to submit? Humph. Furthermore, would Changming agree to it? You don't want one of the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daoran said with a glare. Of course, Changming won't agree. Gu Hai shook his head. Then what do you say? Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. The chaos element bead is not irreplaceable. Gu Hai said indifferently. Ah. The chaos element bead is only the 16th. There are 15 treasures that are stronger than it. I will take Changming's chaos element bead and give him a better one. Won't that be enough? I think Changming will be willing. Gu Hai said. Mosquito Daoran. Easy for you to say. Do you think it is so easy to get the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daoran said with a glare. Is it very difficult? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran. Let me give you an example. If I help Long Zhangguo get 2 samsara mystic realms, I can use either one to ask Long Zhangguo to help me snatch 10 direction annihilation from Tai Chu. Do you think Long Zhangguo can do it? As for me, all I have to do is move my lips. Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran. It was indeed too easy. But why did it feel so strange? There are many things that you think are difficult, but they are actually very easy to solve. Mosquito Daoran, what do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, it seemed easy. But was it really that easy? Mosquito Daoran felt that his brain was not enough. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, join the Han dynasty, and I will give you the chaos element bead. How about it? It may take some time, but it is not difficult. It is very easy to solve. Why do you have to fight? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran was depressed. At the same time, he felt that his self-esteem had been slapped to the ground by Gu Hai. Damn it, was everything I knew wrong? Humph, this Taoist has never submitted to anyone. You want me to join the Han dynasty? Dream on. Mosquito Daoran said with a ferocious expression. Since he could not get the chaos element bead now, he would think of another way in the future. He was not willing to submit to anyone. With a hint of anger, Mosquito Daoran prepared to leave, slowly dispelling the depression in his heart. If you don't want to join the Han dynasty, then don't join the Han dynasty. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, there is no need to be so angry. Besides, if you want the chaos element bead, it is not like there is no other way, Gu Hai said indifferently. Huh? What did you say? Mosquito Daoran glared at Gu Hai. How about this? How about I make a deal with you? I can't give you the chaos element bead for free. There needs to be an exchange. Gu Hai said indifferently. A deal? What deal? I already said that I will not submit to you. Mosquito Daoran said coldly. However, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Of course, there is no need. You are you, and I am me. After the deal, we will not owe each other anything. However, is there a need for you to act like you are facing a great enemy? Let's discuss this properly. Even if the deal is not done, we can still be friends, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked strangely at Gu Hai. Then, he reached out and withdrew his hand. The surrounding mosquitoes immediately disappeared. Speak. Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. I can give you the chaos element bead, but you have to promise me 3 things. Furthermore, you have to help me find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures and give it to Changming in exchange. How about that? Gu Hai said with a smile. Help you find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures. Do you think that it is easy to find? Mosquito Daoran glared. Gu Hai smiled at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran glared and slowly relaxed. In the end, it turned into depression. Exchange? Naturally, there had to be something. It was impossible to gain something without risking anything. At this point, Gu Hai really seemed to be helping him mediate. Humph. What if you can't find it? Mosquito Daoran asked sullenly. If I really can't find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures in 56 years, I will make the decision to give you the chaos element bead directly. Gu Hai said sullenly. 56 years? Mosquito Daoran was slightly stunned. 56 years was not a long time for Mosquito Daoran. However, for Gu Hai, the Immortal of the 6 paths would fully revive in 56 years. If he did not die, he would not live either. It did not matter. Humph. 56 years. However, what are those 3 things about? You want me to die, and I agree. Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. 3 things that are within your ability. They will not restrict your freedom and respect your integrity. How about that? Gu Hai said sullenly. Within my ability. Not restrict my freedom. Respect my integrity. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai. That's right. It's something that I don't want to do. It's something that you can easily do. It's not something that you dislike. You won't reject the 3 things, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran had a strange expression. After thinking about it, it did not seem to be a problem. Alright, I can agree to this. However, how can I guarantee that what you say is true? Mosquito Daoran said sullenly. As the ruler of a country, I do not go back on my words. Have you ever seen me go back on my words? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran still did not believe him. I'll issue an imperial edict and announce it to the world. How about it? If I go back on my words, the fate of the country will be unstable. The loss outweighs the gain. Gu Hai said sullenly. Mosquito Daoren remained silent for a while before finally nodding. All right. All right. If that's the case, Mr. Mosquito Daoren, there's no need for us to be at each other's throats, right? Why don't we have a drink on my deck? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoren looked at Gu Hai with uncertainty in his eyes. However, in the end, Mosquito Daoren still landed on Gu Hai's deck. The chameleon demon, Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yen Hua at the side widened their eyes. This Gu Hai was too strange, wasn't he? He was at loggerheads with Mosquito Daoren just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had subdued him with just his words. No, he had been persuaded. Ao Shun, let the chameleon demon bring us to Xuanan. I'll have a few drinks with Mr. Mosquito Daoren. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ao Shun looked at Mosquito Daoren with a strange expression and nodded. Oh, all right. Chapter 675. Infinite Celestial Capital. The surrounding mountains and rivers were in a complete mess. The ground was in ruins and the sky was filled with sand. You're courting death. A loud roar resounded. Boom. With a loud bang, all of the sand and rocks were instantly compressed by a powerful force and slammed into the ground. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and countless trenches appeared. Long Zhanggua, am I in your way again? Poof! Ancestor Jiang Hoqing gloomily roared. There was a large hole under the ground. Hoqing came to cause trouble for Gu Hai and caused havoc in the infinite celestial capital. Long Wanqing and the unborn man did their best to protect him. However, Hoqing was too strong. Long Wanqing couldn't fully control her power and was almost injured by him. Long Wanyu had the ability to predict and helped Long Wanqing block a palm strike. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Wanqing crazily blocked Hoqing. Before Hoqing could recover from Long Wanqing's power, another person appeared in the flying sand. Hoqing didn't want to see it all. Long Zhanggua. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Zhanggua quickly rushed over and slapped Hoqing to the ground. He vomited blood and couldn't move. Wanyu, are you okay? Don't scare me. Long Wanqing cried and hugged Long Wanyu. Sister, cough cough, sister, don't cry, something happened to Demon Spectre, cough cough, ft. Long Wanyu vomited blood. The unborn man came to grab Long Wanyu and was also very anxious at this moment. Move aside. Long Zhanggua coldly shouted and pushed the crowd away. Long Wanyu was covered in blood and seemed to be shattering. Her face was full of cracks and black and yellow energy came out of her head as if she would collapse at any moment. Old man, cough cough, it seems that I can't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu's eyes were blurred. His Holiness, save Wanyu, I beg you to save Wanyu. Long Wanqing cried. Who? Long Zhanggua grabbed the black and yellow energy above Long Wanyu's head and squeezed it into a ball. Cough cough cough, I can't take it anymore. Quick, Wanyu's third soul seems to have been corroded by Hoqing's corpse poison. It's shattered. Quick, save Wanyu, said the Xianhuang Qi weakly. Demon ghost spirit, you possessed Wanyu with ill intentions. When you were forced out by Hoqing, I originally wanted to kill you. However, seeing that you blocked most of the power for Wanyu at the last moment, I will spare your life. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Although I want to fuse with her, I watched Wanyu grow up. Cough cough, the demon ghost said weakly. Humph, you watched her grow up. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't exist. Long Zhanggua said coldly. What do you mean I don't exist? I'm the demon ghost spirit. When I was alive, I was. The demon ghost was unconvinced. When you were alive? 800,000 years ago. Even then, who were you? Wanyu was injured. Her third soul was damaged. Only one person can save her. You know Hutu, right? I'll spare your life. Go to Hutu and wait for her orders. Long Zhanggua said solemnly. Ah. Goddess Hutu of the netherworld? She'll kill me. No, I don't want. The demon ghost screamed. That's not up to you. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Long Zhan stretched out his hand and a red light appeared. The red light seemed to form a giant egg that solidified and wrapped around Long Wanyu, who was slowly fainting. Old man, I'm sorry. Long Wanyu said in a daze. You don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Long Zhanggua said benevolently. I couldn't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu said in a daze. Ha ha ha, you can predict the future. The future can be changed. What does it matter if you predict it or not? Whether you predicted it or not, I'll fight the Immortal of 6 paths, don't worry. It'll be fine. Long Zhanggua said benevolently. Long Wanqing looked at Long Zhanggua blankly. Long Zhanggua had been very lenient with Long Wanyu because of her prophecy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated his 2 granddaughters so differently. Then why? Long Wanyu said weakly. You'll know in the future. Take care of yourself. Goddess Hutu will save you. Long Zhanggua sighed. Long Wanyu nodded in a daze. Sister, don't cry. I wanted to wait for brother-in-law to come back with you. Now, I can't wait. I can't wait. Long Wanyu closed her eyes with regret. Buzz. Long Zhanggua used the red light in his hand to seal Long Wanyu completely. Wanyu. Long Wanqing cried in grief. Why are you crying? You're not dead yet. Long Zhanggua said in a deep voice. His Holiness, can we just find Goddess Hutu? I'll go look for it, I'll go look for it. Long Wanqing cried. I'll go. Even if I have to kneel in front of Goddess Hutu, I'll beg her. Unborn man said in grief. Kneel? There's no need. You can just take this ghost spirit and look for her. By the way, where is Goddess Hutu? Let Hoqing take you there. Long Zhanggua said in a deep voice. Okay, okay. Long Wanqing immediately clenched her fists. Goddess Hutu, will she help us? Unborn man looked at Long Zhanggua. Yes. When she sees Wanyu, she will definitely save her. Long Zhanggua said in a deep voice. Why? Unborn man asked in confusion. There's no why. Don't ask why. You just need to know that I'm right. Long Zhanggua said in a deep voice. Okay, okay. We'll leave right away. Unborn man shouted. I'm not going. I'm not going. The ghost spirit shouted. That's not up to you. However, don't worry. Since you saved Wanyu this time, Goddess Hutu won't take your life. Long Zhanggua said. Then, he squeezed the ghost spirit into a yellow ball and handed it to unborn man. Long Zhanggua stood up and turned his head to look at Hoqing, who was in the pit in the distance. Although Hoqing was severely injured, he struggled to climb out of the pit and tried to escape. Walala. Long Zhanggua waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of chains rushed out and pierced through Hoqing's body, locking all his bones. Cough. 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 Long Zhanggua, why do you always go against me? Hoqing roared as he vomited blood. Long Zhanggua looked coldly at Hoqing. Humph. Hoqing. Do you know? Even if Goddess Hutu knows about your crimes today, she won't protect you. I don't even need to do anything. Hutu can kill you. You. Hoqing glared at Long Zhanggua. Take them to Hutu. If you save Long Wanyu, I will spare your life. If you don't even think about living. Even if you become an undying zombie, I can still destroy your soul. Do you believe me? Long Zhanggua said with a cold expression. You. Ho Qing showed a trace of fear. Walala. The chains were pulled. Ho Qing immediately cried out in pain. This is for you too, Ho Qing. Long Zhanggua handed one end of the chain to the unborn man's slap. The unborn man slapped Ho Qing's face. How dare you? Ho Qing glared. The unborn man pulled on the chain. Ah! 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 Ho Qing was in extreme pain. Wan Qing, you stay in the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to the netherworld now. Unborn man said. No, I want to go too. Long Wan Qing said resolutely. But you're the empress of the Han dynasty now. You promised Gu Hai to stay in the limitless celestial capital. Unborn man said anxiously. No, let me go. There can't be any more accidents. I have to go. I'll leave a message for Gu Hai, Long Wan Qing said anxiously. Unborn man looked at Long Wan Qing. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Don't worry about the limitless celestial capital. I'll leave a mark and no one will dare to cause trouble. Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! The phantom of an axe suddenly appeared in the sky. If there's an attacker, trigger the axe's light. It'll be powerful enough to deter all evildoers. Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. Yes, thank you for His Holiness. Long Wan Qing said gratefully. Thank me? No need. If I didn't ask Gu Hai to help me go to Shinnong City, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, I should be the one who owes him, Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. Alright, I'm leaving. Long Zhanggua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he stepped on the ground. Whoosh! Long Zhanggua disappeared into the horizon in an instant. At this moment, the officials of the Dahan dynasty gathered around. Mother, how's Princess Wanyu? Gu Qin asked worriedly. There's no time to wait for Gu Hai to come back. We'll go to the netherworld first and find Goddess Hutu to save Wanyu. You're in charge of informing him so he doesn't have to worry. Since Dai Qiancheng said that Goddess Hutu would definitely help, it's definitely true. Long Wan Qing said. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Whoosh! The unborn man pulled at the void. A crack appeared in the void. Let's go. Unborn man said. Long Wan Qing nodded and led Long Wanyu, Ho Qing, and Yao Guiling into the netherworld with unborn man, Buzz. Everyone disappeared from the limitless celestial capital. Outside the limitless celestial capital, there was a vast expanse of ruins and a giant axe phantom in the void. The previous battle was too intense. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were all shocked. They couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Fortunately, Gu Qin was there to supervise the situation. Soon, all the officials were in their positions. In the palace, in a large hall. Your Highness, we've already used the Gu Qin figurines to spread the news. As long as the Emperor takes out the Gu Qin figurines, he'll know what we've done here, an official said respectfully in a low voice. Keep spreading the news, don't stop. Wait for the Emperor's response. Gu Qin instructed. Yes, the official answered. Gu Qin looked to the north and muttered to himself, Your Majesty, Long Zhanggua left in a hurry just now. It seems like something big is going to happen. In the sky of Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Gu Hai's flying boat. On the deck of the flying boat. Gu Hai and Mosquito Daoren were drinking. The previous hostility was no longer there. Ever since the deal with Gu Hai, Mosquito Daoren suddenly felt that Gu Hai had become much more amiable. He felt that Gu Hai was stronger than him, but he was still so kind to him. He immediately felt grateful that Gu Hai was a good person. While drinking, Mosquito Daoren kept describing his past achievements to Gu Hai. He talked about how he faced the Tongtian sect master and how he faced the current Buddha. How awesome he was. Gu Hai just listened to him with a smile. Mosquito Daoren was very carefree. The two of them were talking happily, but Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yan Hua were looking at them with strange gazes. The flying boat continued to fly. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind swept over. In the storm was a man with a yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man's eyes were fierce and cold. He came close in an instant and stopped in front of the flying boat. The strong wind caused the flying boat to shake. Who is it? Ao Shun's expression changed and stood in front of him. Prince Luya. Yan Hua stared. Prince Luya. Save me, Crown Prince Luya. Yi Hua suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 676. Luya. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He stood up. Who was Luya? He was the sixth son of the East Emperor and the most powerful crown prince. He was famous for his immortal flying dagger. He never missed. When the dagger was drawn, heads fell to the ground. Even in the Solar Divine Palace, he was a legendary elite. Yi Hua and Yan Hua seemed to have seen their savior and were crying for help. However, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They were obviously afraid of Luya. Luya suddenly appeared. Ao Shun's expression changed and he stood in front of Gu Hai. However, Ao Shun's eyes were also uncertain. This was because Ao Shun knew how powerful Luya was. Luya glanced at the flying boat and ignored Yi Hua and Yan Hua's cries for help. His gaze moved through the crowd and he immediately saw Gu Hai. Gu Hai. It was easy to find me. Luya said coldly. Looking for you. You have enemies all over the world. Mosquito Daoren looked at Gu Hai with a trace of surprise. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and turned to look at Luya. Crown Prince Luya, why are you looking for me? Gu Hai looked at Luya cautiously. Come with me. Luya said calmly. Oh. Why? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Luya smiled coldly. There is no why. Come with me now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Luya was too proud to talk too much to Gu Hai. He just looked at Gu Hai coldly and there was an order in his tone. Oh. You want to take me away, not kill me? Gu Hai's tone slowly turned cold. That's right. I have been chasing you for a long time since the Solar Divine Palace. Don't think you can get away. Luya said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Are you that confident? Do you want me to kill all of your people first to prove it? Luya said with a cold gaze. Ao Shun's expression turned ugly as he whispered to Gu Hai, Hall Master, Luya's strength is hard to fathom. Although he's the sixth prince, he's the head of the East Imperial Continent's 10 great princes. Back then, I chased after a demon king for 10 days and 10 nights. He escaped to where Luya was and angered Luya. He was beheaded by Luya's immortal slaying flying knife. However, Gu Hai's expression sank. Ao Shun's meaning was obvious. In the past, there was a demon king whose strength was about the same as Ao Shun's, but he was not a match for Luya. Luya was extremely strong. Mr. Mosquito Daoren, can you cut off Luya's head? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Mosquito Daoren with a smile. Luya suddenly raised his eyebrows. When Ao Shun was describing himself, Luya had a cold and arrogant expression. This was strength, this was his pride. It was good that Ao Shun mentioned it. It allowed Gu Hai to be tactful early on. However, the next moment, Gu Hai actually asked the person beside him if he could cut off his head. He was courting death. Luya narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Mosquito Daoren. Pfft! Mosquito Daoren immediately spat out the alcohol in his mouth. Gu Hai, you are not being honest. He came to find trouble with you, but you brought it to me? Mosquito Daoren said unhappily. You are Mosquito Daoren. Why are you with Gu Hai? Luya narrowed his eyes. I am just asking you. With your strength as Mosquito Daoren, is it easy to cut off Luya's head? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Doran's expression turned ugly. Don't cause trouble for me. This little golden crow is difficult to deal with, but his father is a freak. I don't want to cause trouble for Tai. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Clearly, he had gotten the answer he wanted. Luya stared at Mosquito Daoren. Clearly, he had heard of Mosquito Doran's notoriety. Humph. He snorted. Although Luya knew of Mosquito Doran's notoriety, he was not afraid. Gu Hai, have you thought it through? Do you want me to start with Ao Shun? Luya said coldly. Ao Shun's expression changed. Crown Prince Luya, is there a misunderstanding between us? Why do you want to take me away? Gu Hai said solemnly. You don't need to know. You will understand when the time comes. Luya said coldly. Oh. It seems that this is a secret. In that case, I will not ask. I am just curious. How did you find me? Gu Hai said solemnly. Luya looked at Gu Hai and smiled coldly. He did not answer. Mosquito Daoren said indifferently, Gu Hai, did you leave something in Luya's hands? Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoren in confusion. In this world, there are many kinds of demonic arts that can track you based on your hair, blood, skin, and even the aura you left behind. Any Fey king that can track has such abilities. Sun God Palace is a place where thousands of Fey gather. He is the crown prince. It is not difficult for him to have such demonic arts. I can find you based on the smell of your blood. Mosquito Daoren explained. Smell of blood? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoren in surprise. Yes. Everyone's blood has a different smell. As long as you pass by, the smell of your blood will remain. I can find you easily unless you are too far away from me. Mosquito Daoren explained. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoren in surprise. Is there a way to hide your tracks? Gu Hai asked curiously. Mosquito Daoren looked at Gu Hai in confusion. You are already so powerful. Why do you need to hide? However, since Gu Hai asked, Mosquito Daoren did not hide anything. I have a concealment bead. It can hide your aura within 1 zhang of you. As long as you have it on you, no tracking demonic arts can find you. Humph. Luya snorted coldly. Gu Hai looked at the concealment bead in Mosquito Daoren's hand and asked curiously, is this rare? Not really. It doesn't have much power. This is something that grew on a type of invisible demon. However, this type of invisible demon is gone now. There are not many concealment beads left in the world. Let me lend it to you. Mosquito Daoren handed over the blue bead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Gu Hai reached out and received it. Wang. Immediately, Gu Hai felt a strange aura on the surface of his body. A layer of blue light enveloped 1 zhang of Gu Hai's body. It is indeed mysterious. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Return it to me after you see it. Mosquito Daoren reached out and asked. No matter what kind of treasure it was, Mosquito Daoren would not selflessly give it to others. Gu Hai swung his right hand and put it into his sleeve. Ka! Suddenly, a shattering sound came from Gu Hai's sleeve. The 1 zhang of blue light on the surface of his body disappeared. Gu Hai, why did you break my concealment bead? Mosquito Daoren said angrily. Mr. Mosquito Daoren, you misunderstood. I didn't. Gu Hai said with a smile. His right hand trembled slightly. Gu Hai extended his hand from his sleeve. Immediately, the one zhang of blue light that disappeared enveloped Gu Hai's body again. Gu Hai returned the concealment bead. Mosquito Daoran snatched it and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, nothing happened. Just now. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Luya, who was opposite him. Crown Prince Luya, I asked you what's the matter, but you didn't say anything. Let's forget about it. Leave, I won't go with you. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Today, it's not up to you. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Luya cautiously. Baby, please turn around. Luya shouted coldly. Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes and dodged. Although he was not afraid of Luya, he did not want to be involved in the battle between Gu Hai and Luya. Shing! The huge yellow gourd on Luya's back opened and a ray of white light shot out. When the white light appeared, it lit up the entire heaven and earth. It slashed towards Ao Shun. Great! Yihua shouted in surprise. Immortal slaying flying saber. Ao Shun's expression changed. A long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed forward. However, the immortal slaying flying saber was too powerful. Ao Shun's long sword was cut in half in an instant. Moreover, it did not slow down and slashed towards Ao Shun's neck. Vine, come! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a vine pulled Ao Shun to Gu Hai's side. A green gourd appeared on Gu Hai's back. Hundreds of millions of vines came out of the gourd and wrapped around the immortal slaying flying saber. Rumble! The void was wrapped by hundreds of millions of vines. The immortal slaying flying saber in the middle suddenly stopped. Vine World Gourd. Luya sneered. Indeed, it's the Vine World Gourd that grew on the same vine as the immortal slaying gourd. However, it seems like Gu Hai's Vine World Gourd can't be fully activated. These vines seem. Mosquito Daoran was surprised. It's not that it can't be fully activated. So what if it can be fully activated? The immortal slaying gourd is a golden gourd, while the Vine World Gourd is a wooden gourd. Gold restrains wood. Treasure, break! Luya shouted coldly. Boom! The hundreds of millions of Vine World Gourds were cut in half almost instantly. The immortal slaying flying saber shot towards Gu Hai at a faster speed than before. The immortal slaying flying saber never misses. If I don't see the head, I won't turn back. Slash! Luya stared. Boom! The flying saber instantly arrived in front of Gu Hai. Hall leader, be careful. Ao Shun shouted. The flying saber was shot towards Ao Shun. However, Gu Hai suddenly went forward. Luya narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out his hand. Whoosh! A red gourd suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. He opened the mouth of the gourd and immediately aimed it at the immortal slaying gourd. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber was immediately sucked into the red gourd. Rolling red flames emerged from the mouth of the red gourd and instantly pressed towards Luya. What is this? It trapped the immortal slaying flying saber. Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. 8 trigrams furnace, true fire gourd. Luya narrowed his eyes. You're right. Gold restrains wood. The Vine World Gourd is restrained by your immortal slaying gourd. However, I still have the true fire gourd. The Samadhi true fire is used to forge the flying saber. Fire restrains metal. Wait for my true fire to refine your flying saber. Gu Hai said coldly. 8 trigrams furnace. Isn't it in Wanshou Taoism? Why? Mosquito Doran's eyes flashed with greed. Boom! Luya reached out and pushed away the Samadhi true fire that was charging towards him. Fire restrains metal. You're thinking too much. My immortal slaying flying saber is no longer metal. I use the sun true fire to temper it every day. Why would I be afraid of your samadhi true fire? Since you're courting death, I'll bring your head back. Luya glared. Huh? Gu Hai's expression darkened, but he felt the true fire gourd in his hand tremble. The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. If I don't see your head, I won't turn back. Slash. Luya's eyes turned cold. Boom. With a loud sound, the true fire gourd in Gu Hai's hand was torn open from the bottom. The immortal slaying flying saber instantly flew out and shot towards Gu Hai's face. Swoosh. It was as if it was about to cut off Gu Hai's head. Chapter 677. Swoosh. The immortal slaying flying saber broke through the vine world gourd and the true fire gourd. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards Gu Hai's head. Without seeing the head, it did not turn back, as though it wanted to take off Gu Hai's head in an instant. Hall Master! Ao Shun exclaimed. Mosquito Daoran did not care. Gu Hai was so powerful, how could he not deal with the immortal slaying flying saber? Yi Hua and Yan Hua's eyes flashed with anticipation. Xing! As expected, when the immortal slaying flying saber shot over, Gu Hai suddenly spat out a ray of white light. The white light instantly pierced heaven and earth, and a sharp metal elemental saber beam was emitted. The aura of the immortal slaying gourd. Mosquito Doran's eyes widened. Opposite him, Luya also stared at the white light that Gu Hai spat out in surprise. Because this white light was the same as the one emitted by his immortal slaying flying saber. Boom! Gu Hai spat out something that suddenly collided with the immortal slaying flying saber. No! Mosquito Daoran exhaled. Gu Hai only had so many treasures. True fire gourd, vine world gourd, it would be strange if another immortal slaying gourd appeared. The vine of the immortal slaying gourd? Luya narrowed his eyes. The golden vine blocked the immortal slaying flying saber, causing it to pause. So what if it's a vine? The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. Without seeing the head, it will not turn back. Break! Luya shouted. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber instantly knocked away the golden vine and slashed towards Gu Hai with unstoppable force. Suppress! Gu Hai's eyes widened. Gu Hai's heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out from between his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been forced into such a sorry state. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine seal appeared, a huge suppressive aura was released. On the heaven-suppressing divine seal, for words in blood, by the mandate of heaven, live forever, seemed to instantly carry a heavenly might that pressed on the immortal slaying flying saber. Hong! With a loud bang, the immortal slaying flying saber and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal collided, instantly creating a powerful wind storm. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was instantly knocked back into the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, and the immortal slaying flying saber also instantly shot back to Luya. Pa! Luya reached out and grabbed the immortal slaying flying saber that was flying back. Turning back. It was actually knocked back. What kind of treasure is that? Luya glared. He saw that there seemed to be a seal on the flying knife. The words were written in blood, receive the mandate of heaven, live forever and prosper. Luya glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. He was almost beheaded by the immortal slaying flying saber. Mosquito Daoran, on the other hand, had a natural expression on his face. Ao Shun was also covered in cold sweat. Just now, when the immortal slaying flying saber flew over, Ao Shun actually felt helpless. He was the dignified dragon prince. He was an expert of heavenly palace. How could he be helpless in front of Luya? Ao Shun looked at Luya in shock. Gu Hai also looked at Luya with his eyelids twitching. Immortal slaying flying saber, that's all there is to it. Gu Hai also said that to maintain his image. Just now, how was that all there was to it? It almost took his life. Gu Hai looked at Luya with a gloomy expression. Luya asked Gu Hai, but he didn't get an answer. His expression was also cold. Immortal slaying flying saber was sealed. Good, ha ha ha. Mosquito Doran gloated. Mosquito Doran's gloating made Gu Hai speechless. Do you really think that I'm invincible? What if Luya continues to provoke me? There were words on the immortal slaying flying saber. To Luya, it was indeed a humiliation. Humph, slashing at the flying saber. You won't turn back until you see the head. You turned back. Luya suddenly looked at the immortal slaying flying saber in his hand with a gloomy expression. Huh? Everyone was stunned. What did Luya mean? What did he say to the immortal slaying flying saber? Wang! The immortal slaying flying saber trembled slightly, as if it was begging for mercy. If you turn back, you're useless. Luya said calmly. However, Luya's 3 fingers suddenly turned golden, and he clenched them. Kacha! The immortal slaying flying saber that was like a hot knife through butter was instantly snapped into 2 by Luya. Snapped? Bam! Before the immortal slaying flying saber broke, it released a dazzling white light, as if it was crying out its last sorrow. You broke the immortal slaying flying saber? Ao Shun's expression changed. Isn't it just that the treasure didn't achieve a satisfactory result? Was there a need to destroy the transcendent artifact? Luya looked coldly at Ao Shun. I still have 108 immortal slaying flying sabers of this level. It lost, so it can only die. Otherwise, it will dirty the immortal slaying gourd. Ao Shun. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. There were still 108 of them. Of this level? How many immortal slaying flying sabers did Luya have? Yi Hua and Yan Hua also looked at Luya with raised eyelids. They knew that this was a freak, but now they realized that they had underestimated him. At this moment, the 2 of them didn't even dare to ask for help. This Luya was like a lunatic. He could even destroy his flying saber. Would he kill us along the way? Gu Hai, you're really lucky. However, it's okay. Let's play slowly. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Play slowly. Are you kidding? An immortal slaying flying saber almost made my head fall to the ground. You still want to play slowly? Unfortunately, Luya was too stubborn. Gu Hai's previous idea of changing Luya's mind with words obviously didn't work. What should I do now? Suddenly, Gu Hai saw Mosquito Daoren with a satisfied expression. Mosquito Daoren thought that Gu Hai was pretending to be weak again, so he didn't take it seriously and just watched. Luya was powerful, but was Gu Hai weak? What Mosquito Daoren didn't know was that Gu Hai was really not pretending. Mr. Mosquito Daoren, do you still remember our previous deal? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoren. You're not asking me to kill Luya, right? I don't dare. If his father were to hunt me down with all his might, all the demons in the world would see me as their enemy. Besides, behind Tai is the immortal of 6 paths. Don't trick me. Besides, I have the right to refuse. Mosquito Daoren shook his head immediately. I'm not asking you to kill him. Just stop him for me and let me leave. That's not difficult, right? Gu Hai smiled. Stop him. Mosquito Daoren was slightly taken aback. That was indeed not difficult. Besides, Tai wouldn't care about stopping Luya at all. I didn't do anything to his son. I just blocked his way. Would he chase me all over the world? That's right. Stop him and let me go. Gu Hai said solemnly. But there's no need for that. With your strength, do you want to waste my chance? Mosquito Daoren looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at him. Asking you to do 3 things seems to be too much. Let's count this as 1. Gu Hai nodded. Why? Mosquito Daoren looked at Gu Hai in shock. That shouldn't be. Luya is stronger than you. Why ask me to do it? Are you bored out of your mind? I'll be willful, okay? Will you do it or not? Gu Hai frowned. Willful? Mosquito Daoren was speechless. Indeed, the strong could be willful. Of course, why not? Just stop him. What am I afraid of? Damn it, remember this. This is the first time. Mosquito Daoren immediately shouted. The first thing. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Mosquito Daoren immediately stood in front of Gu Hai. Mosquito Daoren, get lost. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care where you came from. Luya said coldly. Mosquito Daoren said to Gu Hai, alright, go quickly. I'll catch up with you later. Mr. Mosquito Daoren, take care. Gu Hai said solemnly. Immediately, Ao Shun drove the flying boat away. Whoosh! The flying boat flew into the distance. Stop! Luya's expression changed, and he was about to attack. Hey! Crown Prince Luya, your opponent now is me. Mosquito Daoren suddenly laughed. Boom! Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes suddenly flew out from Mosquito Daoren's surroundings, covering the sky and earth. It seemed to form a huge wall, blocking Luya. Humph, courting death. Treasure, please turn around. Luya slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Whoosh! Another flying knife shot out from the immortal slaying gourd and instantly shot towards Mosquito Daoren. It's coming. Break! Mosquito Daoren stretched out his hand and struck. Whoosh! This time, the flying knife's speed was several times faster. Mosquito Daoren's palm did not even touch the flying knife. The flying knife instantly flew past Mosquito Daoren's neck. Whoosh! The flying knife instantly flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. Mosquito Daoren's head flew up. Ah! Ao Shun, who was escaping in the distance, changed his expression. Mosquito Daoren's head fell to the ground. So fast. Humph, this Crown Prince's flying knife will only become stronger. Do you think you can stop it? Luya snorted coldly. However, he saw Mosquito Daoren's head fly off. Mosquito Daoren's body suddenly shattered, turning into hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. As for the wall of mosquitoes that blotted out the sky, it was still floating in the air. Oh! Luya's expression changed as he felt that something was amiss. Ha 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 ha, Crown Prince Luya, your flying knife did not find me. Mosquito Daoren sneered. On the other side of the mosquito wall, a mosquito slowly transformed into Mosquito Daoren. Wasn't that Mosquito Daoren? Ao Shun's expression changed. It was not just one mosquito, but 20 mosquitoes slowly transformed into 20 Mosquito Daoren. Mosquito Dao Avatar. Luya's expression turned cold. That's right. They are my avatars. Do you know which one is my true body? The 20 Mosquito Daoren sneered in 20 different directions. Humph, I don't need to know which one is your true body. Treasure, please turn around. Luya slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Boom! White Tong Tian light illuminated the ground. Suddenly, 20 immortal slaying flying knives flew out of the gourd and instantly shot through the 20 Mosquito Daoren. Immediately, the heads of the 20 Mosquito Daoren fell to the ground. Swoosh! The 20 immortal slaying flying knives returned to the immortal slaying gourd, but the mosquito wall did not disappear. He, it is indeed a powerful gourd. There is more than one flying knife. Another mosquito transformed into Mosquito Daoren. Luya could not tell which was real and which was fake. There were billions of mosquitoes. Ao Shun widened his eyes in the distance. Mosquito Daoren. You live up to your reputation. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Luckily, he had stabilized the Mosquito Daoren earlier. Otherwise, he would be in trouble now. Mosquito Daoren, when we get separated, you can go to the place where we first met and wait for me. I will definitely come back. Gu Hai shouted. Don't worry, I will find you. A Mosquito Daoren shouted confidently from the mosquito wall. Luya looked coldly at Gu Hai who was flying in the distance. Humph, Gu Hai, listen up. I order you to come back immediately. In the distance, Gu Hai sneered. You must be joking. Do you think I am stupid? You will know very soon. You have to come back even if you don't want to. I will wait for you here. Humph. Luya shouted coldly. Swish. Gu Hai's flying boat had reached the horizon and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 678. On the flying boat, Gu Hai could no longer see Mosquito Daoren and Luya. They had safely evacuated. However, for some reason, Gu Hai had a bad feeling. Leader, that Mosquito Daoren helped us to stop Luya. However, it will only be for a while. What if they come back later? Ao Shun asked worriedly. You can't run away. Luya will be here soon. Yi Hua glared at them. Gu Hai suddenly took out a blue pearl. This is... Ao Shun exclaimed. Concealment pearl? How is that possible? Didn't you return it to Mosquito Daoren? Why did you steal it back? Yi Hua exclaimed. Previously, Gu Hai had indeed crushed the concealment pearl when he hid it in his sleeve. However, he used the heaven-mending power to repair the broken pieces. One concealment pearl instantly turned into several. Gu Hai gave Ao Shun one and asked him to guard Yi Hua, Yan Hua, and the chameleon monster. He asked them to stay within 10 feet of the concealment pearl. Leader, why do you have? Ao Shun exclaimed. I have many treasures. I just didn't know how to use them before. Gu Hai said calmly. Ao Shun paused. Could it be that the leader had a concealment pearl before but didn't know how to use it? But, that shouldn't be the case. Ao Shun couldn't figure it out. However, Gu Hai had already walked to the other side of the deck. Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai wouldn't tell him. The flying boat quickly flew towards the direction the chameleon monster pointed at. On the other side. Mosquito Daoren versus Luya. Although Luya could not kill Mosquito Daoren, Luya's methods were not limited to the immortal slaying flying saber. The two of them were in a stalemate for a day and a night. Alright, it's about time. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince Luya, I really have to thank you. Once you came, you made Gu Hai capricious for once. Ha ha ha. Mosquito Daoren laughed loudly. Laughing loudly, he enveloped himself in millions of mosquitoes and flew into the distance. At this moment, Luya did not give chase. Mosquito Daoren. Luya watched coldly as Mosquito Daoren left. The two of them parted ways. However, Luya's face darkened. Gu Hai's aura is gone. The Mosquito Daoren flew quickly and left Luya's line of sight, escaping into the forest. In the forest, Mosquito Daoren sniffed. Gu Hai doesn't know how to hide. Where's the smell of his blood? It's gone. Mosquito Daoren exclaimed in surprise. Mosquito Daoren picked up his concealment bead and checked it. That's not right. The concealment bead was not swapped by Gu Hai. Why is Gu Hai's aura gone? Even the smell of Ao Shun and the rest's blood is gone. Strange. Mosquito Daoren's expression changed. After thinking for a long time, Mosquito Daoren came to a conclusion. Perhaps, Gu Hai is powerful and has the ability to conceal himself? Damn, if you have the ability to conceal yourself, why are you pretending to be a delicate girl and tricking Luya again? Is this trick always effective? Mosquito Daoran looked depressed. Indeed, with strength, one can be capricious. I'd better think of a way to get the Chaos Essence bead first. After the first thing is done, I still have to promise Gu Hai 2 things. I hope it's the same as this time. It's a trivial matter. Mosquito Daoran was in a good mood. Gu Hai's matter was indeed simple. After 3 times, Gu Hai would help him obtain the 15th Dharma treasure and exchange it for the 16th Chaos Essence bead. Even if he could not find the 15th Dharma treasure, he would still give him the Chaos Essence bead after 56 years. That's great. Mosquito Daoran stepped forward and flew towards the north. Gu Hai said to meet at the place where they first met. He just had to wait for him at the limitless celestial capital. Mosquito Daoran flew away excitedly. Luya searched for a long time but could not find Gu Hai's aura. His expression was gloomy, but he slowly landed on a mountain peak. Boom! He raised his hand and a saber light appeared. The mountain peak was cut off, revealing a huge balcony. Luya extended his hand and took out a bunch of flags that were drawn with runes. They filled the balcony and seemed to form a camp. In the middle of the camp, there was an altar. On the altar, Luya used grass to form a straw figurine. He erected the straw figurine in the middle of the altar. There was a piece of yellow paper pasted on the straw figurine. On the yellow paper, Luya used cinnabar to write the words Gu Hai. Instead, the straw figurine represented Gu Hai. There was a green lamp above the straw figurine's head and another at its feet. The burning of the green lamp was rather strange. Luya looked at the straw figurine with Gu Hai's name on it and revealed a cold smile. Gu Hai, I'll see how you run. Let's see how you escape from my grasp. Do you think I can't deal with you just because you hid your aura and I can't find you? I've said it before. If you don't come looking for me, you will definitely die. As he spoke, Luya took out a talisman book and burned it. Solemnly, Luya suddenly kowtowed to Gu Hai's straw figurine. 1 kowtow, 2 kowtows, 3 kowtows. After kowtowing to the straw figurine 3 times, Luya stood at the side and revealed a cold smile. With this demonic art of mine, I kowtow 3 times a day. After 21 days, if you don't return, your soul will be scattered by my kowtows. Let's see how long your 3 souls and 7 spirits can last. A cold light flashed in Luya's eyes, but he sat cross-legged at the side. He waited for the next kowtow. Using the demonic art, he wanted to scatter Gu Hai's 3 souls and 7 spirits. A few days later, Dian Dynasty, outside Shenong City, in a small town nearby. At this moment, in the small town, thick fog was rolling, isolating the inside from the outside. At the end of the main street of the small town, a woman covered in blood was playing something non-stop. In the small town, countless civilians had already fainted. At the other end of the main street, including the top of the shops, there were close to 100 white-robed men standing. Among them, there were quite a few who had a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on their chests. At this moment, they were looking coldly at the white-robed woman sitting at the end of the street. The leader was Xuanan of the Taishang sect. At this moment, he was looking coldly at the woman whose legs had been pierced. Zhang Yulian, you are really naive. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. Ha 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 ha. Xuanan looked coldly at the woman who was covered in blood. The woman was not an outsider. She was the former leader of the Taishang sect, Taishang. However, at this moment, she was forced into such a sorry state by a group of Taishang sect disciples. Zhang Yulian looked coldly at Xuanan. Xuanan, you dare to violate the rules of the Taishang sect. Violate what? Xuanan sneered. The Taishang sect's distress signal is not allowed to be released unless it is a major disaster. You actually released the distress signal and lured me here. Zhang Yulian glared at him. Ha 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 ha, that's why I said you are stupid. You have already escaped. Why are you still thinking about saving the Taishang sect disciples? I thought I would find you when Gu Hai left. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Don't blame me. Come back with me immediately. Xuanan said coldly. Xuandu can't wait. You want me to pass on my position again? Ha 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 ha, dream on. When my cultivation returns, it will be time for him to admit his guilt. Zhang Yulian said coldly. 5 nascent soul realm. Not bad. Your cultivation is increasing. Unfortunately, it is too late. You are still far from it. Xuandu eldest senior brother deserves to be the Taishang sect. You are not qualified. Xuanan said coldly. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yulian sat on the ground and played the guqin. The Taishang sect's sound of longevity. You want us to fall asleep. Just like the people in this small town. Oh, do you think we are not prepared? We are all disciples of the Taishang sect. How can we not know about the Taishang sect's sound of longevity? You are already at the end of the road. Don't bother. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai. He broke your Taoist heart. Xuanan said coldly. No, I understand. Gu Hai didn't break my Taoist heart. He perfected it. The Taishang sect in the past was wrong. I am the most correct one. As long as I have time, I will let the Taishang sect replace the Tongtian sect master's line and reclaim the Wanshou Taoism. You bastards, I should have destroyed you long ago. Zhang Yulian said with grief and indignation. Do you think I will believe you? Xuanan said coldly. The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect all looked cold. But Zhang Yulian, you have a good tripod body. The earth tripod body, right? You are a good tripod body. When I take you back and let eldest senior brother inherit the Taishang sect, I will ask eldest senior brother to let you be my tripod body. Ha 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 ha, it is not bad. The Taishang sect in the past was pleasuring me under my crotch. What a wonderful thing. Xuanan said with a lecherous expression. Presumptuous. Zhang Yulian glared at Xuanan. Presumptuous? I am presumptuous. So what? No one can save you today. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, then surrender. Xuanan sneered. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Xuanan, I was wrong about you. I should not have saved you back then. Zhang Yulian said with a ferocious expression. Do I need you to save me? Attack! Xuanan shouted. Yes. The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian plucked the strings with her fingers. In an instant, a large amount of sword qi shot out from the strings and rushed towards the surrounding people. Taishang sword qi technique? It is useless. We have so many people, and you are only in the 5 nascent soul realm. How long can you play? Attack! Xuanan shouted. Boom! The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately broke through the sword qi with their swords and knives and rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Xuanan took the lead and reached the front. Looking at Zhang Yulian's exquisite face, Xuanan revealed a lecherous smile. Zhang Yulian, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhang Yulian looked at Xuanan rushing towards her. All her methods were useless. For a moment, she was disheartened. Even if I self-destruct my nascent soul, I will not let you succeed. Zhang Yulian said with a glare. What? Stop. Xuanan's expression changed. Zhang Yulian's aura erupted as though she was about to self-destruct. However, just before she self-destructed, for some reason, Zhang Yulian suddenly recalled the scene of the yin and yang merging in the human Tao mystic realm. That man suddenly appeared in her mind. Zhang Yulian revealed a sad and bitter smile. Without hesitation, she was about to self-destruct. Boom! At this moment, a flying boat suddenly rushed into the street and sent countless disciples of the Taishang sect flying. Who is it? Xuanen's expression changed as he turned his head. What greeted him was a huge palm. Boom! When the two palms collided, Xuanen was instantly sent flying. Poof! Xuanen spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The disciples of the Taishang sect were also sent flying towards the surrounding buildings by the sudden large number of fists. Rumble! Countless restaurants on the street collapsed instantly. The flying boat slowly stopped not far from Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's crisis was resolved. The self-destruction of her nascent soul also stopped. She opened her mouth and stared at the deck of the flying boat in shock. The only man who had jumped out of her mind before she died was standing there. Gu Hai! Xuanen suddenly exclaimed as he crawled out of the crater while spitting out blood. Chapter 679. In the nick of time, Gu Hai's flying boat arrived. Gu Hai! Xuanen, who was vomiting blood, crawled out of the hole and suddenly exclaimed. On the deck, Gu Hai stared at Xuanen. You know me. Why are you here? Why are you here? Xuanen exclaimed. The last time he was almost killed by Gu Hai was still vivid in his mind. Xuanen feared and hated Gu Hai. Every time he met Gu Hai, nothing good would come out of it. Why was he here? Suddenly, Xuanen saw the chameleon monster beside Gu Hai. Evil creature, it's you! Xuanen exclaimed. Elder, I'm innocent. The chameleon monster said in horror. Gu Hai, however, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Yulian, who was sitting cross-legged. Taishang, long time no see. It seems that you didn't make them feel grateful when you kindly saved them. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian and said. Zhang Yulian's eyes were cold again. Humph, Gu Hai, you still dare to appear in front of me. You have a grudge, but let's talk about it later. Let me deal with this group of ungrateful people first. Gu Hai said indifferently. While speaking, Gu Hai waved his hand lightly. Yes. Ao Shun answered. Boom. Ao Shun rushed out and rushed toward the group of Taishang disciples. Not good, run. Help. No. The expressions of the Taishang disciples changed. They hurriedly fled in all directions. The moment they saw Gu Hai, they knew that they were in trouble. Last time, Gu Hai almost killed them. Now, he was here again. Everyone knew that there was no turning back. They immediately fled. However, Ao Shun ultimately went to the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was not as good as Lu Ya and Mosquito Daoren, he was still in the Heavenly Palace. Under Gu Hai's order, he immediately turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of a Taishang sect disciple. Xing! Boom! The sword slashed down, and the disciple of the Taishang sect was immediately cut in half. His limbs were shattered, and he fell from the sky. No, it wasn't just one Taishang Dao disciple, but 8 Taishang Dao disciples in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the sky was filled with limbs and blood. The expressions of those who were fleeing immediately changed. Heavenly Palace? It really is the Heavenly Palace. Run! The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. Xuanen couldn't care less about the injuries he had suffered from Ao Shun's palm strike. He quickly got up and fled into the distance. SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. Without the rumbling sky camp, Ao Shun still had destructive combat power. Kill, 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 kill. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 disciples of the Taishang sect were all killed. Only 8 elders of the Taishang sect were fleeing in 8 directions. When they were far away, they instantly rushed into the forest. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh! In an instant, vines that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed straight into the forest, entangling the Grand Supreme Path Elders one by one. Oh no! No! Amid the screams, the 8 elders of the Taishang sect were immediately pulled out. SSS. Ao Shun flew past and instantly killed another one. There were 7 more to go. Wait. Zhang Yulian frowned as if she couldn't bear to see this happen. Help, Juzi. We were wrong. We were wrong. Juzi, I was forced to do this. Don't kill me. Please, Juzi, spare my life. Juzi. The 7 elders of the Middle Celestial Palace were begging for mercy in fear. Zhang Yulian wanted to speak, but Gu Hai sneered, Taishang, don't tell me you still want to save them. Saving them is harming others. Today's humiliation will only bring more humiliation to others in the future. Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, but she sighed slightly. Kill. Ao Shun's body swayed. In an instant, another elder was killed. Gu Hai, Xuandu's eldest senior brother, will not let you go. Xuanan screamed in fear as he stood around the countless vines. You're saying that as long as I don't kill you, he will let bygones be bygones. Gu Hai sneered. Xuanan's face changed, but he didn't know what to say. On the other side, Ao Shun killed another 2 disciples of the Taishang sect. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 left. Ao Shun's eyes turned cold. He twisted his body and slashed at Xuanan. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Xuanan roared in fear. Become a ghost? We are not afraid of you as a human, so why should we be afraid of you as a ghost? Ao Shun said coldly. He slashed at Xuanan, as if he wanted to kill him instantly. Buzz! Suddenly, a breeze blew. In the breeze, there seemed to be a long sword. It instantly arrived in front of Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face darkened. Clang! Ao Shun's long sword collided with the long sword. Ao Shun took a step back and looked at the long sword in surprise. Did someone save Xuanan? A man in a green robe suddenly appeared in front of Xuanan. You have killed so many disciples of the Taishang sect. It should be enough, the man in the green robe said calmly. Heavenly Palace? Who are you? Ao Shun's face darkened. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This man in the green robe seemed familiar. The man in the green robe saved Xuanan. Xuanan's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Sword Envoy Qing Feng, Sword Envoy Qing Feng, help. Help me. Help me. Sword Envoy Qing Feng is here. Sword Envoy Qing Feng is here. Help. Help. The other 3 elders of the Taishang sect who were still alive shouted in joy. Sword Envoy Qing Feng looked coldly at Xuanan, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at a mountain peak not far away. A young man in white stood at the peak of the mountain. He carried a bronze long sword on his back. He was young, but his eyes were cold and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus flower on this young man's forehead. It looked very strange. Young master. Sword Envoy Qing Feng looked respectfully at the young man in white. The young man in white coldly looked down. Young master Azure Lotus. Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Taishang, how have you been? The young man in white replied. After replying, the young man in white suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, long time no see. In just 10 short years, you have already reached the Heavenly Palace. Congratulations. The young man in white said with a faint smile. Ho! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Ho was a young expert who wandered the world. In order to seek the strongest sword Dao, he challenged everywhere. Back then, Gu Hai had exchanged pointers with him in Dragon Vein City. He was an expert of the 10,000 longevity sect Master Tongtian's lineage. It looks like you have not forgotten me. Ho said indifferently. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Me? I have been standing here for quite some time. It's just that their eyes were filled with desire, so they did not see me, Ho said indifferently. You have been here for a long time. Zhang Yulian said with a glare. Yes, Taisheng's branch is in trouble, and Xuandu accused you of betraying the Wanshou Taoism. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate, so I asked you to come here. It seems that Xuandu's words are not reliable. You saw the Wanshou Taoism's distress signal and came to help immediately. You definitely did not betray the Wanshou Taoism. Ho said indifferently. So you have been watching all this while? Zhang Yulian said coldly. This is the internal affairs of the Taisheng sect. I should not have interfered. I just need to investigate. However, these disciples of the Taisheng sect were indeed ill-mannered, so I let Gu Hai kill them. Ho said indifferently. Xuanan and the others quivered. Ho had been here for a long time. Had he seen through their scheme? Humph. Zhang Yulian snorted. Oh. You let me kill them, so why are you stopping me now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. They deserve to die, but I need to bring them back to report to the Tongtian sect master. It is better to leave one alive than a group of corpses. Ho said indifferently. Yes, I will go back with you. Young Master Qinglian, I will go with you. I will tell you everything when we get back. Xuanan shouted. Let me go back, let me go back. Thank you, young Master Qinglian. The four elders cried out anxiously. Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian and turned to Ho. Report? Ha, I will leave you alive. However, these four people must die. Ao Shun, kill them. Gu Hai shouted. What? Xuanan's expression changed. How dare you? Sword Messenger Qing Feng's expression changed. However, Ao Shun did not care. In an instant, he slashed his sword at another Grand Supreme Tao Elder. How dare you? Boom! Ao Shun slashed at the elder. The four elders were in four different directions, and Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Boom! Sword Messenger Qing Feng released countless sword energies around him, slashing at the vines. However, the vines seemed endless, and with Ao Shun attacking the entangled elders, Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Save me, young Master Qinglian, save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. At the peak of the mountain, Ho's white robe fluttered in the wind, but his expression didn't change. He didn't care about the battle between Ao Shun and Qing Feng. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shun took advantage of Qing Feng's lack of protection and killed 3 elders. Then, he rushed toward Xuanan. No, save me. Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me. I will give you all my treasures. Xuanan shouted. Boom! Qing Feng's sword collided with Ao Shun, but the two were evenly matched. Qing Feng couldn't protect the other 3 elders, so he was very angry. How could he let Ao Shun succeed? The two instantly started fighting. Good. Sword Messenger Qing Feng, kill him. Xuanan shouted with a ferocious expression. Swish! Suddenly, Xuanan was pulled toward Gu Hai by the vines. Xuanan's expression changed. Oh no! Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me! Save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. However, Sword Messenger Qing Feng was pinned down by Ao Shun. Xuanan was severely injured by Ao Shun earlier, so how could he resist? In an instant, the entangled Xuanan was pulled in front of Gu Hai. Xuanan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword qi, which rushed toward Gu Hai. 5 cycles. Gu Hai stared and slashed with his life-killing saber. The purple light lit up the sky. No! Xian'an's desperate roar resounded in the air. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Xian'an and the sword qi he spat out exploded. Bastard! Sword Messenger Qing Feng was furious. After colliding with Ao Shun, the two separated and stared at Gu Hai. Alas! Zhang Yulian sighed. On the other side, Ao Shun flew to Gu Hai's side in an instant. He looked warily at Bai on the mountain peak. Zhao had been watching quietly. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end. Gu Hai, did you kill Xuanan for Taishang? Are you appeased now? Bai said calmly. Thank you. Gu Hai looked at Bai and bowed slightly. Bai could have stopped him just now, and Gu Hai believed that Bai had the ability to do so. However, Bai didn't move. He didn't move from the beginning to the end. He had to accept this favor. This chameleon spirit should know everything. Just bring him back. Gu Hai pointed at the chameleon spirit at the side. These people deserve to die. They deserve to be killed. You need to report to the Tongtian sect. I'll leave him for you. At this moment, the chameleon monster was trembling in fear. All the elders of Taishang's sect were dead. Chapter 680. Qing glanced at the chameleon and nodded. Ao Shun waved his hand and removed the seal on the chameleon demon. Greetings, young Master Green Lotus. The chameleon demon immediately flew toward Qing. He didn't want to stay by Gu Hai's side for even a moment longer. Who knew when Gu Hai would kill him? Qing might blame him, but he was still a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. Kneel! Sword Envoy Qing Feng shouted coldly. The chameleon demon immediately knelt down. Qing glanced at the chameleon demon and said indifferently, do you want to go back to Wanshou Taoism by yourself, or do you want Qing Feng to escort you back? Ah. I will go back by myself. The chameleon demon was slightly stunned and immediately said in surprise. Qing pointed at the chameleon demon's forehead, but the chameleon demon didn't dare to resist. Wang! A green light shot into the chameleon demon's forehead, and a long sword mark suddenly appeared on the chameleon demon's forehead. This is the sword mark. It won't explode for a year, but after a year, it will explode and completely crush you. Qing said indifferently. Ah! Young Master Green Lotus, please spare me. The chameleon demon exclaimed. Go back by yourself and see the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master can help you undo it. Otherwise, you only have 1 year. If you go back too late, the Tongtian sect master will leave Wanshou Taoism. You can't blame anyone. Qing said indifferently. Yes, I will go now, I will go now. The chameleon demon was frightened and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the chameleon demon shot into the distance and disappeared. Qing then looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, your lineage is in chaos now. Do you want to go back with me? I can guarantee that you will be fine. No need. I will go back by myself in the future. Zhang Yulian said coldly. Qing nodded. Then, it's up to you. Qing turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, 10 days ago, I went to your boundless celestial capital. Oh. 10 days ago. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at you in surprise. 10 days. He could get here in 10 days. That's right. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate Taishang's lineage. I found out that Taishang wanted to find you. At that time, he didn't know you were in Farmer God's city, so he went to the limitless celestial capital. Qing nodded. Oh. Looking for me? Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. No wonder the chameleon demon had been hiding by his side, waiting for Zhang Yulian. He also knew that Zhang Yulian was looking for him. But why was Zhang Yulian looking for him? Kill me. Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian. 10 days ago, there was a great battle in the limitless celestial capital. I was lucky enough to see it. Your cloud beast and the 4 great sword cultivators were very powerful. They represented 4 different swordsmanship. Qing frowned at Gu Hai. Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshua, Zhang Sanfeng. Gu Hai looked at Cheng with a frown. Zhang Sanfeng, Taiji swordsmanship, the Taiji Dao of yin and yang, but the fusion of yin and yang, the combination of hardness and gentleness, extraordinary. Shimen Chueshua, Chueshua's sword, emphasizes intent and not strength. When the sword reaches, people will be destroyed. When the heart is invincible, the sword is invincible. Dugu Qiubai, without a sword in his hand, without a sword in his heart, everything in the world, including grass and wood, can be a sword. Dongfang Bubi, the swordsmanship in the world is invincible, only speed is unbreakable. The shape of the swordsmanship can be condensed into a needle. You really opened my eyes. Cheng said in a low voice. These are just a few of my guesses, they can't be counted. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhao shook his head. Can't count. No, you're a genius in the way of the sword. You can easily think of 4 powerful sword daos. Many sword cultivators can't even find one in their entire life. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai also read novels and watched TV, so he was a little embarrassed by Yu's praise. Just now, I wanted to protect those elders, but I was killed by you. You don't have to thank me. After all, I also benefited greatly from the sword Dao you thought of. I should be thanking you. I've already learned the 4 types of sword principles. Once I've fused them together, I'll find you for a showdown. Solemnly Ho said. Wait, what did you say? You've learned it? Gu Hai looked at you in astonishment. That's right. I travel the world to find all kinds of sword Dao methods to sharpen my sword Dao. Unfortunately, there are countless sword cultivators in the world, but very few have their own unique style of sword Dao. I've learned 4 from you, but these 4 sword Daos are polar opposites. If I want to fuse them, I might need a month or so. Cheng nodded. Gu Hai was speechless. A month or so? You must be joking. Alright, I'm honored to meet you today. Let's meet again. I still need to go to Solar Divine Palace. It seems that Long Zhanghua has pointed his sword at Tai and wants to destroy Solar Divine Palace. Yu took a deep breath. Gu Hai nodded. Although Yu was polite to him, Gu Hai always felt a dangerous aura from him. He was like a divine sword that hadn't been unsheathed. His sword could be unsheathed at any time. By the way, you'd better go back soon. 10 days ago, Ho Qing went to the limitless celestial capital. Although Long Zhanghua came to resolve the crisis, it seems that the limitless celestial capital also suffered great losses. Cheng said in a low voice. As he spoke, he took a step and flew into the distance. Sword messenger Qing Feng followed behind like a servant. Ho Qing. Gu Hai's face darkened. He couldn't care less about hiding it now. Gu Hai reached out and took out a Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine vibrated slightly as if it was receiving some kind of frequency. Guqin, Ho Qing, the Emperor, replies that the limitless celestial capital is in great trouble. Angels are attacking. Ho Qing, bring up the rear. The Guqin figurine repeated. It even repeated Guqin's tone. As it repeated, Yan Hua and Yi Hua widened their eyes. What is this? Yan Hua asked in surprise. Ao Shun also looked surprised. Obviously, he didn't know much about the Guqin figurine. How could it send news about the limitless celestial capital? If he brought it with him, wouldn't he be able to hear news about other places? Not far away, Zhang Yulian also looked surprised. Impossible. How could the limitless celestial capital's voice reach here? Gu Hai ignored them and listened to the Guqin figurine's voice transmission. Wanyu? Gu Hai's expression changed. When he heard the words, Long Wanyu's 3 souls shatter, Gu Hai's head buzzed. For some reason, his head was suddenly filled with Long Wanyu's voice. Brother-in-law, I'll wait for you to come back. Brother-in-law, you must save sister. Brother-in-law, look at this flower. Is it as pretty as sister? One by one, Long Wanyu's voice rang in Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai immediately clenched his fists. Ho Qing, you're courting death. Gu Hai lowered his voice and his eyes were bloodshot. However, when he described how Long Zhanggua came and how Long Wanqing and the unborn man brought Long Wanyu to the Lady of Earth to save her, Gu Hai calmed down a little. After all, Long Zhanggua was so sure that the Lady of Earth could save Long Wanyu. Gu Hai was relieved. Although he was relieved, he was still a little anxious. After the Guqin figurine finished narrating everything, Gu Hai calmed down after a long time. Send to Guqin. I understand. I'll return immediately. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Guqin figurine said, send to Guqin. I understand. I'll return immediately. The Guqin figurine's voice was exactly the same as Gu Hai's voice. It seemed to be transmitted back. Whoosh! Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the Guqin figurine. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, I'm about to return. I heard Ho mention that you came to Shinong City to look for me. How did you know I was here? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. If you don't mind, please board the flying boat. We'll talk as we go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian nodded and flew onto Gu Hai's flying boat with a trace of coldness. Let's go. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Ao Shun steered the flying boat and quickly flew into the distance. On the flying boat, Zhang Yulian borrowed a palace and washed up. Then, she walked to the deck. At the deck, Gu Hai looked to the north with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be a little anxious. When Zhang Yulian walked over, Gu Hai seemed to have sensed her and turned his head. Zhang Yulian was wearing an azure gauze dress. Coupled with her slender figure, she looked perfect. Her neck was white and flawless. 2 strands of hair trailed to her neck, making people unconsciously want to taste her for a moment. Her delicate face had a trace of fatigue, but it revealed a mature charm. Fortunately, Gu Hai had experienced too many storms and was not captivated by Zhang Yulian's beauty. Are you looking for me? Or is it because I broke your Dao heart? Although it was an accident in the past, I can't shirk my responsibility. If you still want to pursue the matter, I'll do my best to make up for it. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai coldly. In the past, she really wanted to kill Gu Hai. However, after these days, for some reason, the hatred in her heart seemed to have lessened a lot. In fact, when Gu Hai saved her, Zhang Yulian seemed to have seen a white light on the surface of Gu Hai's body. That white light was like a warm flood, instantly shattering all the hatred in her heart. Looking at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian bit her lip and took a deep breath. I'm not looking for you for revenge. Oh. Not to kill me. Then why? Gu Hai was puzzled. I want to know what's going on with Taishang's sound of longevity. Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked solemnly. Taishang's sound of longevity? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Taishang's sound of longevity was the song that Zhang Yulian played at the Thousand Sage Conference. Originally, this song was just to make Gu Hai sleep for 10 days. However, in those 10 days, Gu Hai returned to Earth in his dream. Although he was just a child in the dream, he did go back. He even met Laozi on Earth and learned the Tao Te Ching from him. In the past, the first Taishang was in charge of the Wanshou Taoism. At that time, Taishang was the real Taishang. His strength suppressed everything about the Wanshou Taoism. In order to create this Taishang sound of longevity, he finally died of exhaustion and has not been reincarnated until now. There must be a big secret hidden in this. Taishang's sound of longevity has been passed down for many generations, but no one has been able to understand it. However, I am sure that you understood at the last Thousand Sage Conference. You know the secret of Taishang's sound of longevity. Tell me, what's going on? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Chapter 681. The first Taishang created the Taishang sound of longevity and died of exhaustion. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Yulian. That's right. About 800,000 years. Zhang Yulian nodded. He experienced the battle of the Immortal of Six Paths. Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhang Yulian nodded. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The first Taishang. Why did he create the Taishang sound of longevity? In order to connect to the other immortal dome, he did not hesitate to exhaust his energy. Did he want to challenge the Immortal of Six Paths? But, didn't the three holy lands support the Immortal of Six Paths? Why would he want to go against the Immortal of Six Paths? You know what the Taishang sound of longevity means, right? That day, I felt it, and you understood it. You heard it. Tell me, what is the Taishang sound of longevity? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked expectantly. Looking at Zhang Yulian's anxious eyes, Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. No, I just fell asleep. Impossible. Zhang Yulian exclaimed angrily. Gu Hai shook his head. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to say, but that he could not. This was his biggest secret, and perhaps his biggest asset in the future. He could not tell anyone about Earth. You must know, right? Zhang Yulian said impatiently. I really don't know. I just fell asleep. How about you give me the Taishang sound of longevity? I'll figure it out and tell you what's inside. Gu Hai said solemnly. Zhang Yulian wanted to know the secret of the Taishang longevity sound. Gu Hai also wanted to know the Taishang longevity sound because Gu Hai wanted to go back to Earth and ask Laozi about it. In fact, Gu Hai had heard Taishang's sound of longevity more than once over the years. It was a song that reminded Gaochen of Zhang Yulian's playing in the past. However, after listening to it many times, he didn't feel anything. There must be some secret hidden in it. Zhang Yulian was initially furious, but in the next moment, Zhang Yulian's expression changed. She looked at Gu Hai and said, No, if you were just sleeping, you wouldn't ask me for the Taishang longevity sound. Ha, I told you that I guessed right. Gu Hai, are you trying to trick me? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai. In the distance, Ao Shun and the other two also turned their heads curiously. Just as Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yan Hua looked over. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Gu Hai's mouth. Hall leader. Ao Shun's expression changed. He immediately rushed forward and was about to hit Zhang Yulian with his palm. Stop! This has nothing to do with her. Gu Hai shouted. Huff! Ao Shun's palm stopped in front of Zhang Yulian. Why did you vomit blood? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. They were just talking, why did he vomit blood all of a sudden? Gu Hai's expression also changed. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Why did he vomit blood? He didn't have any internal injuries. Ao Shun, protect me. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. Quickly, Gu Hai sat down with his legs crossed. He sank his consciousness into his body and started to check. Ao Shun looked anxious, but he still protected Gu Hai behind him. Yan Hua and Yi Hua, who were not far away, looked at each other in surprise. Why did Gu Hai vomit blood? After checking for a while, Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked. I didn't have any internal injuries. Why did I vomit blood just now? If you didn't have any injuries, then why did Hall Leader? Ao Shun was also confused. Zhang Yulian, who was beside him, touched Gu Hai's blood with her finger. Her finger trembled slightly. Buzz! There was a trace of green light in the blood. Did you hurt your soul? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. No, I haven't been hurt in a long time. Gu Hai frowned. But your blood contains the power of 3 souls and the power of all souls. You must have hurt your soul. What happened to you recently? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai immediately thought of 2 people, Luya and Mosquito Daoren. Mosquito Daoren? Impossible. Although this person was also very demonic, he had almost eliminated the conflict between him and him. If it wasn't Mosquito Daoren, it could only be Luya. Gu Hai's expression changed. Prince Luya. Zhang Yulian's face darkened. Luya. Ao Shun was confused. Before Luya left, he said that I would definitely return. I didn't understand then, but I do now. Gu Hai's face darkened. But after the battle between Hall Leader and Luya, Luya was thousands of miles away. How could he hurt Hall Leader? It's not the immortal flying dagger. Ao Shun was confused. No, Luya only needs Gu Hai's hair. That's enough. Zhang Yulian said with a frown. Oh. Everyone looked at Zhang Yulian. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demonic art, the Nailhead 7-Arrow book. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with shock. Nailhead 7-Arrow book? Gu Hai's eyes widened. That's right. The Nailhead 7-Arrow book. He tied your hair to a scarecrow and wrote your name. The scarecrow had a lamp on its head and feet. He followed the demonic art and bowed 3 times a day. After 21 days, your soul would scatter. At that time, he would shoot the scarecrow with arrows. You would spurt out blood and die. Zhang Yulian explained. Demonic art? Ao Shun's expression changed. Demonic art? Nailhead 7-Arrow book? Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Gu Hai had read about this demonic art in a novel on Earth. It was also the same demonic art as Luya. What should we do? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Destroy the altar in the camp or kill the person who performed the demonic art. Zhang Yulian explained. Doesn't that mean we have to go back? Ao Shun's expression changed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. Luya was definitely waiting for him there. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He had escaped. Did that mean he had to go back? Hall Leader, what should we do now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Vomiting blood was just the beginning. Things would only get worse from now on. If he went back, he would be courting death. Gu Hai paced back and forth on the deck. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yi Hua suddenly laughed excitedly. Yi Hua laughed. Gu Hai, who was pacing back and forth, turned his head to look at Yi Hua. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha! Yi Hua's smile froze. Gu Hai wouldn't kill him to silence him, right? Watch your mouth. If you piss me off, I'll kill one of you. Anyway, I only need one of you alive to restrain Tai Chu. The rarer you are, the more precious you are. Gu Hai said coldly. Yi Hua's expression froze. He did not dare to offend Gu Hai anymore. Gu Hai was silent for a while. He took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Zhang Yulian. Tai Sheng. I'm not Tai Sheng anymore. Zhang Yulian corrected him. Alright, I'll call you Zhang Yulian too. I'm going to Lu Ya's place to be captured. My life and death are uncertain. Let's part ways here. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're going to walk right into the trap. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with worry. Zhang Yulian bit her lip and said, You haven't told me. Taisheng's voice of longevity. I really don't know. I'm sorry. Please. Gu Hai waved his hand as if he was sending her off. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with an ugly expression. Her eyes were dark and uncertain. Humph. Zhang Yulian snorted and flew out of Gu Hai's flying ship. She flew to the horizon and disappeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai then looked at Ao Shun. Hall Master, you must have a way, right? Ao Shun said anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. No way. We have to face it. Ao Shun, I'll have to trouble you with one thing. Hall Master, tell me. I'll do it. I'm going to see Lu Ya now. You take Yi Hua and Yan Hua to boundless celestial capital. Don't let Tai Chu take them back. Help me hide them and wait for my return. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm fine. But, what about you? Ao Shun said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Why don't I ask my father? No need. He must be busy now. You better not disturb him. Also, you better not go back to the Deqian celestial capital. Don't go back for now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah. Why? Ao Shun was shocked. Deqian? The world is going to change. Gu Hai looked into the distance, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Ao Shun was confused. However, thinking of his father's words before he left, Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai was right. Nodding, Ao Shun said firmly, Hall Master, I'm useless. I can't share your burden. I'll take Yi Hua and Yan Hua to boundless celestial capital now. Take care of yourself. Gu Hai nodded. Let's go. Ao Shun shouted. With one in each hand, he pulled Yi Hua and Yan Hua and flew towards the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai watched Ao Shun leave and clenched his fists. Lu Ya's demonic skill, Nailhead 7-arrow book. Gu Hai had a solution. He only needed to ask for Long Zhangguo's help to solve this problem. After all, Long Zhangguo owed him a favor, so the favor was cancelled out. However, Gu Hai did not plan to do that. It was best not to use Long Zhangguo's favor. Once he used it, it would be gone. Moreover, it was too strange that Lu Ya came to capture him this time. Gu Hai also wanted to find out what was going on. Gu Hai had a feeling that this had something to do with Bingheim. Whoosh! Gu Hai took out the Guqin figurine again. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risks. Stay in heavenly courts and wait for my orders. If I am in danger, I will send you a message immediately. Ask for Long Zhangguo's help immediately. Remember, do not fail. Gu Hai said to the Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine buzzed and transmitted its voice into the distance. On the flying boat, Gu Hai transmitted his voice a few more times. After packing up, Gu Hai steered the flying boat alone and headed towards Lu Ya. It was the same place where they fought in the past. When Lu Ya was about to worship the straw figurine again, he saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. Lu Ya stopped worshipping the straw figurine and looked at Gu Hai on the flying boat. Ha, I said that you can't escape from me. Now you know to come back. Lu Ya's tone was cold. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Prince Lu Ya, you are always right. I was ignorant. Lu Ya revealed a satisfied sneer. 2 hours later. Lu Ya escorted Gu Hai, whose cultivation was sealed, and steered the flying boat in the direction of Solar Divine Palace. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. After Luya's flying boat left, another flying boat appeared in the horizon. The one steering the flying boat was Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai. He was captured by Luya just like that. Humph. Zhang Yulian snorted and steered the flying boat into the distance. Chapter 682. Following the birth of the Qin figurines, Gu Hai began to look for the most reliable people to set up a network around the world. He spread the Qin figurines all over the world so that they could transmit information quickly. Although the area was still small, there were Qin figurines stationed in places that Gu Hai could use. Deqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. As Gu Hai achieved great results again and again, Mo Yike's status in Deqian also rose. Long Zhanggua even specially arranged a residence for Mo Yike at the entrance of the palace. Mo Yike's residence, in a large hall. A Qin figurine stood in front of Mo Yike. The Qin figurine transmitted Gu Hai's voice from afar. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risks. Stay in Heavenly Court City and wait for my orders. If I am in mortal danger, I will immediately send you a message. Ask Long Zhanggua for help immediately. Remember, do not fail. The Qin figurine transmitted its voice. Mo Yike's expression changed. The emperor was about to face a great crisis. Your Majesty, you are about to face a great crisis. You better go find Dai Qianqing immediately. Because Dai Qianqing will not be able to leave soon. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Qin figurine quickly transmitted its voice to Gu Hai. Oh. Immediately. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, set the time 5 days later. We will send troops to Solar Divine Palace. Mo Yike said respectfully. Send troops to Solar Divine Palace? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Yes, I've been collecting news in the Heavenly Court all these years, and I've gradually realized that the experts of Deqian have all gathered in the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and the main forces have all arrived as well. Something big seems to have happened. Just 3 days ago, Dai Qianqing informed me that he is going to attack Solar God Palace, Mo Yike said solemnly. It has been planned for a long time. I have studied the history of the Deqian all these years. The relationship between the Deqian and the Solar Divine Hall has been too peaceful. There would come a day when they would explode, and Solar Divine Palace had a transcendent status among the 3 great holy lands. But Gu Hai frowned and pondered. Dai Qianqing said that the Eastern Emperor Tai is in charge of guarding the Heaven Realm. Guarding the Heaven Realm. Therefore, all the forces in the world stay at a respectful distance. Heavenly Realm. Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, the so-called Heaven Realm is actually a small space. It is the world where the heavens stored the body. It is called the Heaven Realm. Every part of the Immortal of 6 Paths' body is sleeping in it. The Immortal of 6 Paths' eyes have awakened, his right arm has awakened, but the rest of his body is still sleeping in the Heaven Realm. I have a guess. Could this Heaven Realm be the world formed by the Immortal of 6 Paths' body? Mo Yike asked curiously. The Eastern Emperor Tai is actually protecting the Immortal of 6 Paths. After Long Zhanggua destroyed the Eastern Emperor Tai, he found the body of the Immortal of 6 Paths. Without waiting for the Immortal of 6 Paths to wake up, he can completely destroy him. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, I think so too. Mo Yike said solemnly. 5 days later. The Deqian Celestial Empire's army is going to attack Solar God Palace? Gu Hai confirmed again. Yes, not only the Deqian Celestial Empire's army, but the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court will all fly to Solar God Palace. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh. 33 cities will go south. The place with the Heavenly Court is the Deqian Celestial Empire. Long Zhanggua is really well prepared. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. What should we do now? Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry. I shouldn't be in any danger. Long Zhanghua is going to attack Solar God Palace. That's good. I'm also going to Solar God Palace this time. Ha, Solar God Palace. Looks like it's going to be interesting this time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a solemn look. Right, Your Majesty, Daqiancheng has issued an imperial edict, granting the former Day One Imperial Empire's territory to the Han Dynasty to show Your Majesty's merit. Mo Yike said solemnly. Daqiancheng is indeed a man of his word. Gu Hai said. Since the imperial edict has been issued, the Daqian army should be withdrawing from the former Day One Imperial Empire's territory soon. Mo Yike said. Mo Yike. Gu Hai said. This subject is here. I bestow upon you the title of Day One Marshal. You will be in charge of taking back all the cities in the Day One Imperial Empire's territory. Get ready to move immediately. Gu Hai ordered. Ah. Your Majesty, you are in danger. Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry about me. I will turn the danger into safety. Although Long Zhanghua has given the Day One Imperial Empire to me, it is not that easy to take back. The three princes, the Daqian officials, and all the other major powers are jealous. Right now, the Daqian Celestial Empire is attacking Apollo Palace. You were once in charge of the Day One Imperial Empire's territory. How can you let go of such a good opportunity? I will return to the infinite celestial capital. You will be the Marshal Day One Marshal, and Gao Xianji will be the Deputy Marshal. You will lead my celestial demon army and take back all the cities as quickly as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mo Yike replied. Send a reliable person to Long Zhanghua so that I can contact Long Zhanghua. Prepare to return immediately. Gu Hai said. Yes. Mo Yike was invisible. 5 days later. Sky Palaces, Lingxiao Palace entrance. All the officials stood respectfully in the square. Above the 33 cities, there were countless soldiers standing there. Long Zhanghua wore a flat imperial crown and a white dragon robe with golden threads. He stood at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace and looked up at the sky. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless officials bowed respectfully. Long Zhanghua took a deep breath. I, the Long Zhanghua, have the heart to tell the world. Rumble. In the sky above the sky palaces, the sea of destiny clouds churned. As it churned, Long Zhanggua's god form suddenly transformed into a huge dragon head. The dragon head was ferocious, tens of thousands of zhang long. The dragon body was hidden in the sea of destiny clouds, churning violently. Long Zhanghua opened his mouth. The golden dragon of destiny roared. Instantly, Long Zhanggua's voice was transmitted to all parts of the Daqian Empire. Not only that, but his voice was also transmitted to all parts of the divine continent. I, the Long Zhanghua, have the heart to tell the world. His voice reverberated, shaking the world. Shenong City. Jiang Lianshan stepped out of the infernal divine hall. He led all the officials and looked to the north. Wanshou Taoism. In the south, a man in a black brocade robe stepped out of a grand hall in a purple-black aura. Sect leader, is that Long Zhanggua's voice? His subordinates looked at the black-robed man in surprise. In the southwest, there was a place filled with destiny. It was the Great Yellow Dynasty. At the entrance of the court, a burly man stepped out of the hall and looked to the north. Emperor Kong was standing beside him. He said in shock, His Holiness, is Long Zhanghua really going to start as you predicted? West, spiritual mountain, sacred ground. Countless monks walked out of a hall and looked to the north. Buddha, it's Long Zhanggua's voice. All over the world, Long Zhanggua's voice was heard. All the experts looked in the direction of the heavenly courts in shock. Long Zhangguo's voice reverberated throughout the world. He continued, the heavens are destroyed, and the six paths are in chaos. All living things are slaves, unable to leave their cages. They live as slaves of the immortal dome, and die as food for the six paths. I, the Long Zhangguo, am unwilling to accept this. Sun God Palace, Eastern Emperor Tai, aids the six paths in their evil deeds. He subjugates all demons and spirits, protects the six paths body, and eats the hearts of all living things. I, the Long Zhangguo, wish to open the cage and see the heavens. I will first destroy Tai, then kill the six paths. All living things will regain their freedom. Today, I declare that I will fight to the death tomorrow. I will attack Sun God Palace. Yes. In the 33 levels of heaven, everyone shouted in unison. Rumble. The 33 cities, with heavenly courts at the center, suddenly trembled. As they trembled, they slowly moved to the south, towards Sun God Palace. Rumble. The 33 levels of heaven moved faster and faster. The protective arrays above the cities had been activated to prevent the wind from attacking. All the soldiers were inexplicably excited. All the officials clenched their fists. Destroy Sun God Palace. The heavenly courts moved forward, and the world fought. The golden dragon of destiny announced Long Zhangguo's declaration to the world. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. A battle between the heavenly courts and the sacred grounds. This was a world-class battle. The Great Yellow Dynasty. Emperor Kong looked at His Holiness and said anxiously, His Holiness, Long Zhangguo has really made a move. What should we do? The sacred ground of spiritual mountain. Buddha, Long Zhangguo is arrogant and wants to bring chaos to the world. He wants to start a world war. Please help us. The future Buddha solemnly said. Wanshou Taoism. Sect Master, Long Zhangguo is attacking Tai. What should we do? The black-robed Tongtian sect master said, wait for Tai's response. Yes. Dian Dynasty. Jiang Lianshan looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhangguo, so you've already prepared? Just waiting for me to agree. Ha, forget it. Murong Yen didn't choose me in the past. It seems that I'm not qualified. Go, I hope you succeed. Where Gu Hai was. At this moment, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Luya, and he landed on the flying boat. The two of them flew towards Sun God Palace. During the flight, Long Zhangguo's voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. 5 days ago, Gu Hai already knew what Long Zhangguo was going to do. But Luya didn't know. Gu Hai turned to look at Luya's expression. When Luya heard Long Zhangguo's words, he also narrowed his eyes and sneered. Ha, Long Zhangguo. He destroyed one of the eyes of the deity of six paths. Does he really think he's invincible? Luya sneered with disdain. Oh. Crown Prince Luya, do you think that Long Zhangguo is arrogant and ignorant and is not a match for Sun God Palace? Gu Hai looked at Luya in confusion. Luya looked coldly at Gu Hai. What do you know? Long Zhangguo was just lucky. Sun God Palace has a heritage of 800,000 years. How can Long Zhangguo, who is only a few thousand years old, compare to us? Is that so? Gu Hai was confused. Luya ignored Gu Hai and steered the flying boat slowly towards Sun God Palace. The flying boat was not fast, and Luya didn't seem to be in a hurry. Every noon, Luya would cultivate for 30 minutes. At this moment, Luya's body seemed to have become a black hole. All the sunlight within 1,000 miles was strangely sucked into the black hole on the surface of Luya's body. It was dark within 1,000 miles. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. After 3 months, the two's flying boat slowly flew to the boundary of Solar God Palace. We're back. Luya's eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 683. At the infinite celestial capital, at the Crown Prince's residence, Guqin summoned Mo Yike, Montez, Chen Tianshan, and Gao Xianji. Mo Yike, Imperial Father, is in danger. Is he involved in the dispute at Solar Divine Hall? Are you sure that Imperial Father said that he is in danger? Guqin asked with a sullen expression. Yes, His Majesty did not want me to worry. However, I feel that His Majesty is comforting me. He should be in great danger. Mo Yike nodded. Then why are we still taking in day one? We should go to Solar Divine Hall immediately. Saving His Majesty is our top priority. Gao Xianji said anxiously. But His Majesty already gave us an order. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. When a general is outside, he cannot obey the orders of the emperor. I feel that saving His Majesty is more important. Gao Xianji said anxiously. I agree too. Chen Tianshan said firmly. If His Majesty was not around, what was the point of conquering more territory? As long as His Majesty was not in danger, wouldn't it be fine to take back the territory they conquered today? I feel that there is no need. Montez suddenly said with a frown. Huh? Everyone looked at Montez with a frown. I know that everyone is loyal to His Majesty, but don't you have confidence in His Majesty? Who is His Majesty? How many dangers has he faced in the past? When did he not manage to avert the danger? Furthermore, His Majesty has the Guqin statue. If he is in danger, he can just inform Long Zhanghua. Furthermore, is His Majesty not as thorough as us in his consideration of whether he can survive this crisis? Montez said seriously. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, everyone trusted Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was in danger now. How could they not worry? All right, Lord Mo, Lord Gao, follow Imperial Father's orders and prepare the army to reclaim Daewon's former territories. This is Imperial Father's order. You cannot do anything. Guqin instructed. Yes. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji frowned and nodded. As for Solar Divine Palace, this consort is still worried. This consort will personally lead a group of people there. Guqin said solemnly. Crown Prince? Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Guqin. Don't worry, the enemy is out in the open while I'm in the dark. Nothing will happen. Guqin shook his head. I will go with the Crown Prince. Montez immediately shouted. Guqin looked at Montez. Crown Prince, this subject is also loyal to the Emperor. Previously, a large number of embroidered uniform guards followed into the Azura Path secret realm. Although their numbers are not as great as Lord Chen's demon god army, there are still many of them. This time, they will definitely be able to help the Crown Prince. Montez requested. Guqin was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I am also willing to follow the Crown Prince to Solar Divine Palace. Chen Tianshan shouted. Guqin shook his head. Lord Chen, you cannot go. Why? Lord Mo and Lord Gao are going to lead troops to subdue Daewon's territory. Montez and I are going to Solar Divine Palace. Imperial Mother also left Limitless Celestial Capital. Someone needs to manage Limitless Celestial Capital. Right now, in the Han Dynasty, aside from us, you have the highest seniority. You will be in charge of Limitless Celestial Capital. Only then can it be peaceful. Guqin instructed solemnly. Chen Tianshan remained silent for a while before nodding in the end. By the way, Lord Chen, His Majesty has decreed that Lord Mo will be the Day 1 Marshal, and I will be the Vice Marshal. We will lead the Immortal Demon Army to subdue Daewon's territory. However, the 500,000 Immortal Demon Army will be under your command. Can you hand them over to Lord Mo and me for now? Once we subdue Day 1, we will return them to you. Gao Xianji looked at Qin Tianshan. However, Qin Tianshan frowned slightly as he looked at Gao Xianji. Back then, when we entered the Azura Path's secret realm, we had 600,000 soldiers. Of which, we already gave 100,000 to Lord Gao. Lord Gao, do you still think that is not enough? It is not that it is not enough. Just in case. Gao Xianji said with a smile. The 500,000 immortal demon army is the strongest army of the Han dynasty. It is an important weapon of the nation. His Majesty handed it to this subject. Lord Gao, please forgive me. I can only return it to His Majesty. I absolutely cannot hand it to a second person, Qin Tianshan said solemnly. Huh? Gao Xianji's expression froze. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianshan rejected her directly. Speaking of which, although Gao Xianji did not look down on Qin Tianshan, she felt that Qin Tianshan was not very capable. He was mediocre at governing a country, leading troops, and diplomacy. In any case, he was mediocre at everything. However, she could not understand why the emperor valued Qin Tianshan so much, even handing the immortal demon army to Qin Tianshan. She would be lying if she said that she was not jealous. However, now, the emperor personally said that she should lead the immortal demon army. Shouldn't she hand it to me? Lord Qin, His Majesty said that Lord Mo and I should lead the immortal demon army. Gao Xianji said with a frown. Mo Yike, Gu Qin, and Montez also frowned at Qin Tianshan's attitude. If you feel that you need the immortal demon army, you can send me a message through the zither figurine. I will be in the limitless celestial capital. I will order the immortal demon army to do what you cannot do, Qin Tianshan said solemnly. If we want to command the immortal demon army, we need to go through you. Lord Qin, you should know that speed is crucial in war. On the battlefield, many things change in an instant. If we inform you and you arrange the immortal demon army, how much time will that waste? How many opportunities will that delay? Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mo Yike also frowned as he looked at Qin Tianshan. Sorry, Lord Gao. I have to be responsible for His Majesty. I have to do this. Qin Tianshan said stubbornly. Gao Xianji goggled, feeling speechless. This Qin Tianshan is too pedantic. Mo Yike, Gu Qin, and Montez also gave Qin Tianshan strange expressions. In the past, they felt that Qin Tianshan was not capable and did not have the qualifications to be the Han dynasty's second army's commander. Now, they finally saw Qin Tianshan's capabilities. Pedantic, how pedantic. His Majesty already let Gao Xianji lead the immortal demon army. Yet, you are still pedantic and not willing. You want them to mobilize the immortal demon army through you. How pedantic is this? Qin Tianshan persisted. Everyone could only feel helpless. No matter what, the Han dynasty started to move. Long Zhangguo's imperial edict completely opened the gates to the cities in the Daewon's territory. Gu Qin and Montez led a group of people and silently left the boundless celestial capital. Qin Tianshan managed the boundless celestial capital. Solar Divine Palace's territory, early in the morning, they are back. Luya looked at the distant sky with anticipation flashing in his eyes. The flying ship flew 500,000 kilometers upward. Gu Hai seemed to see many gigantic stars. Each star was at least 10 times the size of Earth in the past. Furthermore, Gu Hai seemed to see many mountains and pavilions on these stars. He even saw many spirit beasts walking on them. These are stars? Gu Hai said in shock. Stars? Ha! The words that come out of your mouth are really funny. Luya revealed a cold smile. Aren't they? Gu Hai said in shock. These are called stars. In Solar Divine Palace, they are also called demon stars. They are the residences of various spirit beasts. They are just subsidiary cities of Solar Divine Palace. Luya sneered. Demon stars. 361. Number of cycles. Gu Hai counted the number of stars that were inhabited by spirit beasts. You have good eyesight. Luya revealed a cold smile. Number of cycles. Gu Hai felt that the stars seemed to be surrounding him and also seemed to be revolving around a certain point. Gu Hai searched carefully according to the direction that the stars were revolving. Soon, he found the place. There was a vast sea in the distance. However, there was nothing on the sea. Wang. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight shone down. It seemed like endless sun fire poured into the sea. Golden flames poured in and lit up the sea. The sea emitted a large amount of golden light. The golden light condensed and seemed to form a giant tree the size of a tongtian. It was a fusang tree the size of a tongtian. The fusang tree shone brightly and had a large number of branches. On each branch, there was a city. There were as many as 49 cities. They were divided into 3 main groups. In the center was the peak of the main branch. In the distance, at the highest point, there was a main palace wrapped in flames. There was a plaque on it. There were 3 large words written on it, Emperor Dong Palace. At the peak of the left main branch, at the highest point, there was a purple aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it, Taiwa Palace. At the peak of the right main branch, at the highest point, there was a white aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it, Absolute Beginning Palace. Eastern Monarch Tai Palace. Taiwa Palace. Absolute Beginning Palace. It turns out that they are all on this giant fusang tree. This is Solar Divine Palace. Gu Hai said in shock as he looked up at the sky. 361 demon stars surrounded the huge fusang tree, forming the number of cycles in the sky. After the first ray of sunlight, the giant fusang tree slowly disappeared. However, Gu Hai knew that it was still there. It just became transparent and couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was there. Those palaces and cities were still on the tree. Ignorant. You don't even know this. Luya looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Whoosh. At this moment, a beam of azure light suddenly shot down from one of the demon stars and landed in front of Luya's flying ship. Boom. The azure light stopped in front of Luya. It was Gu Hai's old acquaintance, the great Myojin, Kong Xian. Kong Xian flew closer and looked at Gu Hai before turning to Luya. Prince Luya. Oh. The great Myojin. Didn't you dislike demon stars and stay in your peacock sea? Why did you come from a demon star to stop me? Luya frowned and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian shook his head. There are 361 demon stars. Each demon star has a demon king. I was appointed by the master to guard the peacock star. The peacock star is my star. Why can't I come from there? The peacock star is your star. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that. However, great Myojin, why did you stop me? Luya asked in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai. Prince Luya, why did you capture Gu Hai? This person is a disaster. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Now, the Long Zhanghua army is about to arrive. Prince Luya, bringing him back will bring a lot of variables. Why don't you hand him over to me so that I can eliminate him before the battle? Huh? Gu Hai's face darkened. Luya's eyes turned cold. Oh. So, great Myojin, you have been waiting here for a long time. You stood on the peacock star just to wait for my return. Kong Xian looked at Luya and bowed slightly. However, he looked at Gu Hai with a murderous look. There was even a strong obsession in this murderous look. From the first time he saw Gu Hai, he knew that Gu Hai was not someone to be trifled with. At that time, Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. How long had it been since he was in the innate realm? Had he opened the Sky Palace? Time and time again, he could escape. This time, even if he had to offend Prince Luya and everyone else, he had to kill Gu Hai. Luya did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. However, he cared about his authority. Even if Gu Hai was his prisoner, no one else could interfere with his things. Ha, I am also very curious. Great Myojin, how did you know my whereabouts? Luya looked coldly at Kong Xian. Kong Xian turned his head and looked in another direction. They told me. Oh. Luya turned his head. Yi Hua, Yan Hua. Gu Hai suddenly widened his eyes. There was a group of angels standing on a flying ship in the distance. Yi Hua and Yan Hua were standing among them. There was also a group of black angels beside them. At this moment, the black angels were escorting Ao Shun, who was covered in wounds. Several chains passed through Ao Shun's body and locked Ao Shun's bones. His back was dripping with blood. Hall Master, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Chapter 684. Hall Leader, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Why are you crying? No one is blaming you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. In the distance, Ao Shun looked up and the grief on his face disappeared. During the time he was captured, Ao Shun felt the most guilty because he had messed up Gu Hai's orders. Humph, Gu Hai, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha 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 ha. Yi Hua suddenly laughed sinisterly. Do you want to die? Gu Hai said coldly. Although Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed, there was still a murderous look in his eyes. Yi Hua shuddered when the murderous look appeared. Yi Hua's arrogant words were stuck in his throat. Yan Hua looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, your cultivation should be sealed by Crown Prince Luya, right? What are you so proud of? Gu Hai looked at Yan Hua and said coldly, if Ao Shun dies, I will let you die with him. Do you believe me? Die with him? Ha ha ha, what can you do now? If the great Myojin wants you dead, do you think you can live past today? Yan Hua said coldly. So, you think Crown Prince Luya is easy to bully? Gu Hai smiled. Ah. Yan Hua's face darkened. At this moment, Crown Prince Luya also looked coldly at Yan Hua. Do you think I can't kill Gu Hai, or do you think I won't kill Gu Hai? Crown Prince Luya, I didn't mean that, but... Yan Hua's expression changed. Humph. Crown Prince Luya snorted and turned to look at Kong Xian. At this moment, Kong Xian still looked very determined, as if he would only be satisfied when Gu Hai was completely killed. Crown Prince Luya, I am doing this for the good of Solar God Palace. This Gu Hai is Long Zhanggua's spy. You should know what he has done all these years. If we don't get rid of him now, there will be trouble in the future. Kong Xian said coldly. Future trouble? Humph, it's not your turn to interfere in my matters. Luya's eyes turned cold. Although Luya scolded Kong Xian coldly, Gu Hai knew that Luya was not trying to protect him. He did not care about his life at all. He only cared about his reputation. Therefore, he definitely could not place his hopes on Luya. Long Zhanggua's spy. Hee, Great Myojin, are you talking about me or yourself? Gu Hai glared at him. Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Gu Hai ferociously. Luya and Yan Hua also narrowed their eyes and looked at Kong Xian in surprise. Gu Hai, you want to slander me too? Ha 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 ha. Kong Xian laughed coldly. Luya also looked at Gu Hai coldly. After all, no one believed that Kong Xian was Long Zhanggua's spy. Gu Hai's framing was too clumsy, wasn't it? Gu Hai also understood that this could not be done. At this moment, no one would believe that Kang Xian was Long Zhangguo's spy. However, it did not matter. It was enough to plant a seed in everyone's heart today. Great Myojin, you know very well whether I am slandering you or not. Now you want to silence me. You are using Crown Prince Luya's hand. It was Crown Prince Luya who sealed my cultivation so that you could get away with it. At that time, you can push the blame to Crown Prince Luya. Yan Hua is a cover, and Crown Prince Luya is your knife? Great Myojin, you are really scheming. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, Crown Prince Luya, did you hear that? I said that Gu Hai is a scourge. How long has it been? He has already started sowing discord. Crown Prince Luya, please do not tolerate this scoundrel. I am using Crown Prince Luya to kill him. What a joke. Kang Xian said coldly. Not far away, Yan Hua nodded. Crown Prince Luya, this Gu Hai does like to distort right and wrong. Not long ago, Mosquito Daoran also wanted to assassinate him. In the end, he became a thug because of his sharp tongue. Crown Prince Luya, be careful. Crown Prince Luya naturally did not believe Gu Hai's nonsense. Instead, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. You said that I am Kang Xian's knife. Crown Prince Luya, if you think that I have gone overboard, you can release my seal. I will kill Kang Xian in front of you. Do you believe me? Gu Hai said extremely solemnly. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Kang Xian's battle power was one of the best in Apollo Palace. He was definitely in the top 10 of the 361 demon stars on the Peacock planet. Even if he was not as good as Luya, he should not be too far behind. Gu Hai actually said that he would kill Kang Xian in front of him. Crown Prince Luya, what are you worried about? I was not your opponent that day, so I willingly accepted the title. Now, I am much weaker than that day, am I not? Didn't you confiscate the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life Punishing Saber, and Immortal Slaying Gourd? What are you worried about? Gu Hai sneered. Luya's face darkened. That day, when he sealed his cultivation, Luya had indeed forced Gu Hai to hand over the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life Punishing Saber, and even the Immortal Slaying Gourd. As for the other things on Gu Hai, Luya did not search him, nor did he bother to do so. He was the crown prince of the demon race. But why was Gu Hai so confident? Crown Prince Luya, don't listen to his flowery words. Let me kill you and end it all. Kang Xian said coldly. Seal my cultivation. Even if I die, I will only die in the hands of Crown Prince Luya. You? It is a pity that Crown Prince Luya did not let me kill you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Luya reached out and tapped Gu Hai's dantian. Wang! A ray of golden light exploded from Gu Hai's dantian. Gu Hai released a powerful aura around him. Crown Prince Luya. Why did you release his seal? Kang Xian's face changed. Thank you, Crown Prince Luya. Gu Hai sneered. I would like to see how you are going to kill Kang Xian. Luya said coldly. After that, Luya looked at Kang Xian coldly. Kang Xian, you are my father's most loyal subordinate. I will give you face this time. However, I want Gu Hai's corpse intact. Yes, thank you, Crown Prince Luya. Kang Xian was overjoyed. It was impossible for Gu Hai to deal with Kang Xian. He was courting death. Moreover, Luya had confiscated his weapons and treasures. Kang Xian sneered at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also revealed a confident sneer. This trace of a cold smile caused Luya and Kang Xian to frown. At this moment, Gu Hai could still fight with Kang Xian. Where did his confidence come from? Gu Hai's confidence? This was just a facade for the two of them. He had just entered the lower heavenly palace. How could he deal with Kang Xian? Gu Hai sent a thought into the storage ring on his finger. There was a Guqin figurine in the ring. As long as the Guqin figurine informed Long Zhanghua would come to save him. This was one of Gu Hai's greatest trump cards. Inform Long Zhanghua and use his contribution to exchange for Long Zhanggua's help. Great Myojin, I hope you won't regret it later. Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, his finger gently moved the ring. Suddenly, a wave of magic power entered the ring. Just as he was about to inform the Guqin figurine. Ha! Little peacock, you are truly unforgiving. Not to mention that this palace master does not have any attachment to Gu Hai, you keep using Xiaorou's attachment as an excuse to kill Gu Hai time and time again. Are you trying to humiliate this palace master? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in the surroundings. Boom! A strong aura suddenly descended from the sky. Taiwa. Yan Hua's expression changed. Luya also narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Oh no! Kang Xian's expression changed. The next moment, he stood up ferociously. He stretched out his hand and hit Gu Hai with his palm. Boom! A five-colored palm struck towards Gu Hai, as if he wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. How dare you! Taiwa's voice rang out again. The void trembled. Suddenly, a huge snake tail emerged from the void. The snake tail swung out, causing the void to tremble. A vast purple storm instantly appeared in front of Kang Xian's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, a monstrous storm suddenly swept up in the surroundings. The five-colored palm exploded and the snake tail shook, disappearing into the void. Kang Xian also instantly retreated a distance of 300 meters. Taiwa, weren't you in seclusion? Kang Xian exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Gu Hai looked up and saw countless purple clouds surrounding a purple cloud. On top of the purple cloud stood a woman with a human body and a snake tail. The woman was none other than Taiwa. The instant Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he fell into a daze. Xiao Rou, who had been in the innate realm in Tianyuan Island and the innate puzzle world, looked exactly like this. At that time, his heart was filled with obsession with Chen Xianer, so he ignored Xiao Rou's love. At that time, Gu Hai's heart was sealed in ice. Because of Xiao Rou, a crack finally appeared in the ice in his heart at the moment of Xiao Rou's death. Because of Xiao Rou, Gu Hai no longer rejected the entry of other feelings. Long Wanqing, Lin Wan'er, and even Bingheim. When Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he thought of Xiao Rou. When he thought of Xiao Rou, his heart felt strangely stifled. Xiao Rou's earthly soul was Taiwa's earthly soul. The heavenly soul and the human soul merged with Taiwa's earthly soul. It was not wrong to say that Taiwa was Xiao Rou. However, Xiao Rou was not Taiwa. After all, after Xiao Rou merged with Taiwa, Taiwa dominated her will. Closed-door cultivation. Humph. Kang Xian, this palace master did not care about this Gu Hai at first. However, it is you who keeps stirring up trouble again and again. Ha! Since when is it your turn to meddle in my, Taiwa's, matters? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as murderous intent surged out. Kang Xian also showed a ferocious expression. Queen Hua. Since you do not care about Gu Hai, what's wrong with letting me kill him? Humph. You say that you do not care. However, you and Xiao Rou share the same earthly soul. Your will is superior to hers, but she is you. Your three souls are fusing and your feelings are fusing. Do you dare to say that Xiao Rou's feelings for Gu Hai did not affect you? If not, how could you carve Xiao Rou's miserable state outside Taiwa Palace that day? Humph. Kang Xian, you are meddling too much. Do you want to die? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Ha 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 ha. You want to die? I am meddling too much. However, Queen Hua, do you know why Master allowed you to enter Solar Divine Palace? Do you know why Master gave you authority that is below Master's? In our hearts, you are already Queen Hua, Master's woman. Humph. Are you pretending not to know? Is it useful? In the past, if Master did not plead with the heavens, you would have died 800,000 years ago. No, your body and soul would have been destroyed. It was Master who pleaded with the Immortal of 6 paths that you have today. Kong Xian said with a glare. Impudent. Taiwa glared. Impudent. Humph. Today, even if Queen Hua stops me, this Gu Hai must die. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Kong Xian looked up at the sky and roared, Fiend kings of the 300 fiend stars, this time, Kong Xian invites all of you to work together and lay the heavenly cycle star formation to destroy Luo Gu Hai and restore Queen Hua's heart. Chapter 685. Kong Xian's rallying power was still very strong. With a shout, the 360 demon stars suddenly shone with dazzling light. It was as if Kong Xian had already planned this beforehand. Wang! The starlight was dazzling. In the early hours of the morning, the originally dazzling sunlight suddenly dimmed, and only the demon stars could be seen. They seemed to have connected into a line, forming a super-huge net. As soon as the net appeared, a starlight palm suddenly formed. The palm was 10,000 feet long, and it went straight for Gu Hai. Kong Xian. You actually bewitched all the demon kings for Gu Hai. Set up the cosmic cycle star array. Did you get any orders from father? Luya suddenly glared. Crown Prince Luya, this is an emergency. Please forgive me. Later, I will bring a bramble and ask for punishment from Master. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Palm of the stars. Humph. Taiwa's face turned cold. Queen Hua, you better not move. This palm of the stars is the condensation of the cosmic cycle star array. Its power is no weaker than Long Zhangguo's eye of heaven. Kong Xian looked at Taiwa with a cold smile. Boom. As expected, the giant palm of the stars pressed down, and a heavenly aura instantly rushed into the hearts of everyone below. Not far away, a group of angels was immediately suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Even the Black Angel, Yan Hua, and Yi Hua also knelt down in shock. Gu Hai's expression also changed. This aura was too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for his huge human soul, he would have been forced to kneel down. Palm of the stars. Don't move. When Fuxi created the cosmic cycle star array, I was right beside him. Don't move. Humph. Taiwa's expression was ferocious as he waved his hand. Wang. A huge bronze cauldron suddenly appeared in Taiwa's palm. On the surface of the cauldron, the Khanate 8 trigrams diagram was engraved, but inside, countless demon beasts were engraved. Taiwa activated it. Boom! The huge cauldron suddenly enlarged and an extremely thick aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding flying boats were immediately blown away by a wave of qi. Even the flying boat that Luya was suppressing was pushed back. Cauldron of heaven and earth. The third Dharma treasure in history. Luya's eyelids suddenly twitched as excitement flashed across his eyes. Cauldron of heaven and earth. You are really in your hands. Kong Xian's expression changed. Boom. On the surface of the cauldron of heaven and earth, the 8 trigrams instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. The 10,000 fiend diagram inside instantly emitted the roars of billions of fiends as it sucked fiercely. Boom! The astral palm was sucked into the cauldron. Within the cauldron, hundreds of millions of demons were madly gnawing away at the astral palm. It was as if it wanted to completely refine the astral palm. Screech! Kang Xian's figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, the cluster of demon stars seemed to form a huge light pillar that rushed towards Kang Xian's body. Kang Xian reached out his right palm and instantly merged it with the astral palm. Astral palm, listen to my command. Chaotic heavenly cycle, tear apart the heavens and earth, break for me. Kang Xian shouted. Boom! Kang Xian merged with the astral palm that was sucked into the cauldron of heaven and earth. The parts that were torn apart by the thousands of demons in the cauldron immediately recovered rapidly. Moreover, with a strong force, it struck the cauldron of heaven and earth, as if it wanted to completely shatter the cauldron. Humph, cosmic cycle star array. I don't have that kind of power. Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Taiwa activated the cauldron of heaven and earth again. In an instant, the void where the astral palm merged with the cauldron of heaven and earth was torn apart. Fragments of the void were torn apart, forming a huge black hole that crazily sucked in everything around it. Ah, help! No, Elder, save me! The surrounding angels were sucked into the black hole in horror. As soon as they entered the black hole, their physical bodies were instantly shredded into pieces and completely disappeared. The powerful force was not any weaker than when Long Zhanghua fought against the Eye of Heaven. The transparent Fusang tree suddenly shook violently. As it shook, the sea below rose up, and then the endless sea water was quickly sucked into the black hole. Above the stars, there were 361 powerful demon kings controlling the array. Below, Taiwa controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth with all his strength. Fortunately, with Luya in front, the pressure around Gu Hai was reduced by a lot. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Hai was shocked. Back when Long Zhanghua fought the deity of six paths, he thought that it was the most intense battle. No matter how strong Solar Divine Shrine was, it should be within a certain range. However, the scene in front of him subverted Gu Hai's thoughts. The astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth. The power of the collision between the two was actually similar to when Long Zhanghua fought the deity of six paths. This was not even the strongest of Solar Divine Shrine, Donghuang Tai. Could Long Zhanghua succeed in attacking Solar Divine Shrine this time? While Gu Hai was anxious, Kang Xian's body expanded as if he was struggling with the powerful astral power. At this moment, Taiwa's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He looked ferocious. Neither of them gave in. One wanted Gu Hai to die, and the other wanted to protect Gu Hai. The two forces collided, and the black hole in the void became bigger and bigger. Just as both sides were about to suffer, dang! Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the top of the swaying Fusang giant tree. When the bell rang, Gu Hai and everyone in the surroundings suddenly felt their minds buzzing. All that was left was the deep and resounding sound of the bell. Many people seemed to be in a daze and forgot everything. As the bell rang, a yellow ripple rushed down from the void. Hong! The yellow ripple collided, and the astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth were suddenly pushed away. Kang Xian and Taiwa instantly retreated 1,000 feet before stopping. Buzz, 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 buzz. Everyone's mind was still buzzing, and it was a blur. After a while, they woke up one after another. This bell sound? Gu Hai looked up. It was the bell sound coming from Emperor Dong's palace at the top of the Fusang tree. The bell of chaos. Tai, you didn't enter the heaven realm? Taiwa looked at the sky with a cold expression. The bell of chaos. The second Dharma treasure in the world. Gu Hai's face darkened. Greetings, Father. Luya bowed to solemnly in the sky. Greetings, Master. Kang Xian and the demon kings on the 360 demon stars bowed respectfully. Rumble. The surrounding seawater was sucked into the black hole, and the black hole slowly recovered. The torn void also slowly repaired itself. Aside from bowing respectfully, there was silence. However, under this silence, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Although Tai did not show up, he imperceptibly gave everyone a heart-wrenching pressure. Taiwa, you're finally willing to use the cauldron of heaven and earth? Tai's voice came from Emperor Dong's palace. So, you've been waiting in Emperor Dong's palace. Humph. Were you waiting for my cauldron of heaven and earth? Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Waiting? You underestimate me too much. I just came out. Tai's voice came. Just came out. You went in and came out. Taiwa said with a frown. Not everyone. Only Tai Chu and I came out. Tai said calmly. Humph. Taiwa snorted coldly. Before I left, I told you that Solar Divine Palace is not allowed to kill each other. Did you take my words for granted? Tai said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Master, the culprit is Gu Hai. Crown Prince Luya brought Gu Hai back. We wanted to kill Gu Hai, but Empress Hua stopped us. That's why the battle just now happened. Kong Xian said gravely. Kong Xian, I'll say it one more time. If you call me Empress Hua again, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian bowed respectfully to Emperor Dong's palace. There was no response. Taiwa, is this true? A cold snort came from Emperor Dong's palace. I want to protect him. As long as I'm here, no one can kill him. Taiwa said coldly. Master, Gu Hai is Long Zhanggua's right-hand man. This time, the Long Zhanggua is attacking Solar Divine Palace. In less than 10 days, he'll arrive at Solar Divine Palace. He's a scourge. Moreover, Master said that this Gu Hai might be a spirit cultivator. No, he has a wisp of spirit light with the attribute of disaster. The battle with the Long Zhanggua is imminent. The calamity spirit light can't come to Solar Divine Palace. We must kill it as soon as possible. Kong Xian shouted. Calamity spirit light? Humph, Kong Xian, you're really good at ting. Taiwa said with a glare. Humph. It doesn't matter whether he is involved or not. As long as Gu Hai has the slightest chance, he must be killed. Milord, please grant Gu Hai death. Kong Xian shouted. You dare. Taiwa glared at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Luya frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. However, he discovered that with his father's interference, everything was out of his control. He could only stand aside and not say anything. If this monarch wants Gu Hai to die, Taiwa, what will you do? Tai Yi's cold voice rang out. Back then, when I joined Solar Divine Palace, you said that you would not restrict my freedom. Ha! I am grateful for your protection over the years. However, if I cannot even do what I want to do, without freedom, what can I do even if I am safe? Hence, back then, I wanted to find a place where no one would disturb me and properly experience a different life. I went to the innate puzzle world that old man Guanxi left behind before he died to reincarnate. There, I was not disturbed by Solar Divine Palace. I discovered that although my life was difficult, there was always hope in life. After my older brother, Fushi, died, I felt like the entire world was black and white. That was until I met someone who showed me that the world had other colors besides black and white. This time, even if you stop me, I will insist on what I want. If he dies, I will draw a clear line between myself and Solar Divine Palace. From then on, I will have nothing to do with it. Taiwa said resolutely. You! Kong Xian exclaimed, glaring. Lu Ya's expression also changed. At this juncture, Taiwa wanted to betray Solar Divine Palace? Everyone looked anxiously at Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace remained silent for a long time. After a while, Taiyi's voice rang out. This monarch does not believe in the calamity spiritual light. This monarch can let Gu Hai live. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment cannot be forgiven. Back then, Taiyi captured and killed Taiyi's bloodline and handed him over to Taiyi for now. After this monarch deals with Long Zhanggua, I will deal with Gu Hai. My lord. Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. The prerequisite is that you, Taiwa, enter the heaven realm with me. You are needed there. Taiyi said coldly. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also looked at Taiwa in confusion. Was this Taiwa or Ruru? Okay, but when I come out, if Gu Hai. Taiwa bit his lip. If I say not to let him die, he will not die. Taiyi said firmly. Taiwa, don't worry. I will only watch him. I will not kill him. Taiyi's voice rang out from Emperor Dong's palace. Okay. Taiwa answered. Chapter 686. Taiwa had gotten the news from Taiyi that Gu Hai wasn't dead. He had accepted Taiyi's invitation and gone to the heaven realm. Gu Hai sighed softly. He extended his hand and stopped informing Zhan Long. At this moment, with Taiyi's help, even if Long Zhanggua came immediately, he wouldn't be able to save him. Secondly, when he was dealing with Luya, Long Zhanggua might come to save him. Now that he was in Taiyi's hands, it was hard to say whether Long Zhanggua would come or not. Taiwa flew into the sky, and Taichu also flew out of Emperor Dong's palace. Taichu Palace Lord. Countless demons, the demon kings on the demon star, and Kong Xian also bowed slightly. Taichu instantly flew in front of Gu Hai. He emitted a holy light as he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Greetings, Taichu Palace Lord. Gu Hai smiled. Ha, Gu Hai, you're really lucky. Taiwa is so desperate for you. Taichu sneered. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord Taiwa. Gu Hai nodded. Taichu sneered and turned to look around. All around, monsters heard the commotion and quickly gathered. The Dragon Warring Kingdom has raised an army to attack the Solar Divine Palace. They have overestimated themselves. From today onwards, I will lead the disciples of the Solar Divine Palace to defend against the invasion and destroy the dragon demons. Absolute Beginning shouted coldly. Yes. Countless monster kings answered. Kong Xian looked up at Emperor Dong's palace. Taiyi seemed to have acquiesced to Taichu's order. Yes. Kong Xian nodded with a trace of reluctance. Crown Prince Luya, let me deal with Gu Hai for now. What do you think? Taichu smiled at Luya. Since it's father's order, I have nothing to say. Luya narrowed his eyes and nodded. Luya wanted to hand Gu Hai over to Taichu, but Gu Hai suddenly looked at Luya. Crown Prince Luya, I obtained your trust and unsealed my seal. I was prepared to kill Kong Xian. However, things have changed. With Taichu watching, I can't kill Kong Xian anymore. I'll have to trouble you to reseal the seal that you unsealed. Gu Hai suddenly said to Luya. Luya. Kong Xian. Taichu. The demon kings, angels, Yan Hua, and Yi Hua all had strange expressions on their faces. If it wasn't for Taiwa saving you, you would have been killed by Kong Xian 100 times. Now you're boasting that you can kill Kong Xian. Are you kidding me? Humph, you overestimate yourself. This is what you asked for. Only this crown prince can undo this crown prince's seal. Luya gave a cold snort. Bam, bam, bam. Just like when he sealed Gu Hai in the past, Luya tapped a few more times on Gu Hai's body. Buzz. It was as if a golden net had locked Gu Hai and entered Gu Hai's body. Humph, if it wasn't for Master, would you still be alive? Kong Xian looked coldly at Gu Hai. Tai Chu reached out and grabbed Gu Hai. He checked. Buzz. A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Crown Prince Luya, your sealing technique is really unique. Tai Chu frowned. Luya nodded and rushed into the sky. He rushed to the branches of the Fusang giant tree. There was a floating city there, and Crown Prince Luya flew into it. Yanhua, bring Gu Hai back to Heaven City. Tai Chu said in a deep voice. Yes. Yanhua immediately stepped forward. Father, I'll do it, I'll do it. Yihua also shouted excitedly. Gu Hai was immediately escorted by a group of angels and flew to a huge city in the sky. There were a total of 49 cities on the branches of the Fusang giant tree. At this moment, there was no first ray of sunlight in the morning, so they couldn't see the Fusang giant tree. Similarly, every city seemed to be covered by a large amount of clouds and mist. Other than the people nearby, they couldn't tell where the city was at all. So, Heaven City isn't a floating city, but a city supported by a branch of the Fusang giant tree? And it's at the bottom of the city? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai, you've already become a prisoner, and you still have the mind to care about Heaven City? Yanhua sneered. Humph, you also have a day like this. Along the way, you made us wear shackles every day. Today, you also have a taste of shackles. Yihua sneered. Immediately, he took out a very heavy shackle and forced Gu Hai to wear it. The shackle was heavy. If his cultivation wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Crown Prince Luya and he was like a mortal, so the shackle was as heavy as a mountain. Gu Hai put on the shackle and sat aside extremely quietly. He didn't say anything to the two of them, as if he couldn't be bothered to speak to them. Humph, there are many demons here. When we reach Heaven City, we'll teach you a lesson. Yihua said coldly. The Fusang giant tree was too big. With the speed of the flying boat, it would take a long time to reach it. Gu Hai closed his eyes and leaned against the railing of the deck, ignoring everyone. Hall leader, it's all Ao Shun's fault. Ao Shun was imprisoned on the other side, looking guilty. Unfortunately, Gu Hai ignored everyone. Gu Hai's mind sank into his body. Everyone thought that Gu Hai was disheartened, but they didn't know that Gu Hai had found a hope to escape. When Luya first sealed him, he set up a golden net restriction that Gu Hai couldn't undo. But when Luya undid it, a strange unsealing energy instantly undid Gu Hai's golden net restriction. The moment it was undone, there was a slight remnant of the unsealing energy. Gu Hai didn't disperse it. Instead, he forced it into his dantian and into the heaven-mending pool. The heaven-mending pool instantly repaired it. Soon, Gu Hai had repaired a portion of the unsealing energy. This was also the reason why Gu Hai asked Luya to seal him again. It was because Luya's seal could already be undone by Gu Hai himself. Also, absolute beginning wouldn't make the unnecessary move of sealing it again. Ordinary energy couldn't break Luya's seal, but this unsealing energy could. Gu Hai instantly released it. Bam! A muffled sound came from Gu Hai's body. The seal was undone. However, Gu Hai restrained his aura so that no one could see that the seal was undone. Gu Hai continued to sit there with his eyes closed. Yihua continued to threaten Gu Hai along the way. Heaven City. Go in. The escorting angel escorted Gu Hai into a rainy valley. This is a prison. Where's Ao Shun? Gu Hai frowned as he looked around. Ao Shun. He's locked up somewhere else. This is where you're locked up. Go in. The escorting angel shouted. Once he entered the valley, Gu Hai immediately felt waves of killing intent coming from all directions. Around the valley, there was a group of prisoners curled up. There were all kinds of demon beasts, and they seemed to have sealed their cultivation. All of them had a large number of wounds on their bodies. They were different from Gu Hai in that they didn't have the shackles on Gu Hai. Gu Hai walked step by step into the depths of the valley. Countless prisoners looked at Gu Hai coldly. Yi Hua Manor. Gu Hai has been locked up. Yi Hua sneered. Yes. They are already locked in ferocious evil valley. Inside are the most ferocious animal spirits, prisoners of the fiend race. Although their cultivations are sealed, their physical bodies are definitely not something a human like Gu Hai can compare to, the angel who escorted Gu Hai earlier said with a smile. That's good. You've told them everything? Yi Hua said coldly. Don't worry, second young master. This subordinate has already explained. This group of prisoners will properly bully Gu Hai tonight. Oh, right, there are also a few ferocious demons who like men. I have also explained to them. They will definitely properly pamper Gu Hai. The angel said fawningly. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. I knew you've done a good job. Such a disgusting thing should only be done to Gu Hai. That's the only way to vent my hatred. Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. Second young master, I say, you are still too benevolent. For Gu Hai's crimes, it would not be enough even if he were to die 10,000 times. Die? It's not that easy. I'll make him beg for death. Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Big brother went to father's place to discuss how to deal with the Long Zhanggua. Leave Gu Hai to me. We'll play with him slowly. However, the evil valley tonight is too disgusting. I'm not going to watch it. Ha 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 ha, remember to remind me to visit Gu Hai tomorrow morning. Yi Hua laughed. Yes. On the second day, Yehe led the 5 angels to the evil valley. Go, ask someone to bring me to see Gu Hai. Yi Hua said with a cold smile. Where are they? Where are the guards in the evil valley? One of the angels asked in surprise. What? The guards are gone. Where's Gu Hai? Yi Hua's expression changed. Whoosh. 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 The 5 angels flew into the evil valley. Second young master, Gu Hai is still here. He's still here. The angel exclaimed. Gu Hai is still here. These guards are neglecting their duties. How dare they slack off in front of me? They don't know what's good for them. Yi Hua said angrily. He stepped into the sky. He looked down at the evil valley. It had been raining in this prison. Gu Hai was sitting cross-legged under a big rock in the evil valley. He seemed to be sheltering himself from the rain. Where are they? Didn't you say that there are many prisoners here? Where are the prisoners? Yi Hua asked coldly. Huh? I don't know. The angel said blankly. The prisoners are gone. The guards are gone. Where are they? Good, you dare to go against this young master? Yi Hua said with a ferocious expression. No, I really didn't. There were many prisoners here. The angel said anxiously. Bang! Yi Hua kicked him into the evil valley. A bunch of trash. How dare you lie to me? Yi Hua slowly flew toward Gu Hai. Under the big rock, Gu Hai opened his eyes slowly. Gu Hai, you're so lucky. Your first night in Heaven City is so quiet. No prisoners to play with. No problem, I'll play with you today. Yi Hua walked slowly to Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Looking down from above, Gu Hai was like a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Yi Hua, only a few of you came? Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. What? Yi Hua raised an eyebrow. I mean, only a few of you came to die. Gu Hai's face suddenly turned cold. Yi Hua shivered when he saw this. However, in the next moment, Yi Hua flew into a rage out of humiliation. Humph, how dare you scare me? Luya took all your Dharma treasures and weapons, sealed your cultivation, and shackled by me. Are you trying to scare me? Humph, come and kill me then. Kill me if you can. Yi Hua kicked Gu Hai, wanting to vent the hatred in his heart. Shing! Suddenly, the sound of a saber rang out, and Yi Hua's head was instantly sent flying. Yi Hua's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. He had broken free from the shackles and stood up with a bone knife in his hand. Just now, it was this bone saber that had instantly chopped off his head. A gust of black gas flew out of the bone knife. The black gas rushed toward Yi Hua's body and head. There seemed to be countless skeletons in the black gas gnawing at Yi Hua's flesh. No! Yi Hua screamed. The life-extinguishing saber is gone, but I still have the life-ender saber. Gu Hai looked at the other 5 angels with a cold smile. Chapter 687. Luya flew up the Fusang tree. In a huge city. It was Bingheim's prison. Your Highness, the Taichu Palace Master said that no one is allowed to see Bingheim. I. A few men who looked like guards stopped Luya. Oh. I won't allow it either. Luya's tone suddenly turned cold. The few guards immediately quivered. A guard still wanted to argue. Luya glared. It was as if a ray of saber energy shot out from his eyes. Boom! The guard's body suddenly exploded from the saber energy in Luya's eyes. Your Highness, please forgive us. The other guards immediately knelt down. Luya didn't even look at the others and walked toward the prison. The guards knelt on the ground, trembling. But no one dared to stop him. In the prison, Bingheim sat cross-legged. Luya walked over and Bingheim opened her eyes slightly. Did you hear the sound outside? Luya said in a deep voice. The sound outside was naturally the sound of Taiwa protecting Gu Hai. At that time, the loud sound of the battle shook the entire Fusang tree. How could she not hear it? Bingheim looked at Luya with a gloomy face. But she didn't expect Luya to really capture Gu Hai. Back then, when Luya wanted to kill Gu Hai, Bingheim said that she wanted Luya to capture Gu Hai and follow Luya because this could remind Gu Hai and let Gu Hai deal with Luya. But she didn't expect Luya to be so powerful. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. In the future, you will follow me. Now, you can go out with me. Luya said coldly. After a moment of silence, Bingheim shook her head. Huh? Luya's face turned cold. Mother is dead. I don't care anymore. Now, there's the Emperor. You captured him but he ran away. Bingheim said in a deep voice. Run? How? He is imprisoned in Heaven City. Luya said solemnly. That's not because you captured His Majesty. In my heart, as long as His Majesty is fine, I will listen to you. But now, His Majesty's life and death is not up to you to decide. Bingheim looked at Luya coldly. What do you want? Luya asked in a deep voice. Bring His Majesty with me, I can follow you. Bingheim said in a deep voice. Luya stared at Bingheim. After a while, Luya sneered, All right, I'll listen to you this time. Bingheim's eyes lit up. Come with me. You don't have to stay in this prison anymore. Luya said solemnly. Leave. Of course, let's go to Heaven City and pick up Gu Hai. Luya said solemnly. Bingheim's eyes lit up and she nodded. Luya walked in front and Bingheim walked behind. Crown Prince, don't Bingheim can't be taken away, we can't explain it to her. Suddenly, a large number of prison guards ran out in horror. Treasure, please turn around. Luya snorted coldly. From the immortal slaying gourd, an immortal slaying flying knife suddenly flew out. As soon as the immortal slaying flying knife came out, the lights suddenly illuminated the entire prison canyon. Swoosh! The immortal slaying flying knife flew out and soon flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. The knife light converged and immediately, nearly 100 heads flew out. The 100 prison guards who came forward to stop all had their heads fall to the ground. When the prison guards who came from all directions saw this scene, they instantly quivered. No one dared to interrupt and they all knelt down. This crown prince doesn't like to talk too much. All right, the road is clear, let's go. Luya said coldly. Bingheim and Luya stepped on the corpses and slowly walked out of the prison. Heaven City. Evil Valley Prison. The bone knife slashed out. Bang! Yihua's head flew out in an instant. The life-ender saber carried with it a black aura. In the black aura, countless small skeletons crazily gnawed at Yihua's flesh. No! Yihua screamed. The life-ender saber is gone, but I still have the life-ender saber. Gu Hai smiled coldly and looked at the other 5 angels. The 5 angels were instantly stunned. Only when Gu Hai charged at the 5 angels did the 5 angels manage to react. He killed the second young master. No, save the second young master. Someone. All the angels screamed. However, Gu Hai was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of 2 angels who were leaning against each other. Screech! The life-ender saber slashed through the 2 of them, leaving behind a black aura. Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the remaining 3 angels who were scattered. Screech! When another angel's head was slashed open, the remaining 2 angels realized that something was wrong. Oh no, let's go and find the second young master. Gu Hai is rebelling. Someone, help! The 2 angels fled in fear. However, Gu Hai was faster. He caught up with one of the 2 winged angels in an instant. Boom! With one slash, Gu Hai killed the 2 winged angel. Only 1 angel was left. The angel seemed to know that there was no way to escape. He screamed in fear. Someone, help! Gu Hai is escaping. The angel roared with all his strength, but strangely, his voice did not travel out of the room. What's wrong? The angel's expression changed. It's been 1 night. Do you think I haven't done anything? Call for the others. If you could, the prisoners and guards last night would have been able to do the same. What a pity. I've already set up a sound barrier array here, Gu Hai said coldly. Screech! He stabbed the angel between his eyebrows. Buzz! The black aura quickly gnawed at the angels and Yihua's corpses. Very soon, all the angels and Yihua's corpses were eaten until only their bones were left. The black aura returned to the life-ender saber. Gu Hai walked to where Yihua's bones were. Crack! Gu Hai broke off one of Yihua's bony little fingers. Then, he gently took out a few peacock feathers and stuck them in the gap between the bony fingers. Bang! Gu Hai instantly crushed the remaining Yihua white bones and the angel white bones into powder. Then, he gently scattered the powder into the surrounding soil. When the rain fell on them, the bone powder merged with the soil and disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing that could prove it was Yihua's bony finger with a few peacock feathers stuck between it. Ha, I don't need you to prove anything. I just need Tai Chu to suspect something. I just need to escape and disappear. Then, Yihua's death will be pointed at Kong Xian. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. As he sneered, he threw the bony finger into the forest. He kept the spiritual stones that were used to set up the array and was about to leave. Just as Gu Hai was about to leave, beams of holy light came from afar. Eldest young master, it's over there. Prince Luya, Gu Hai is being held in the evil valley. A series of hurried voices came from afar. Damn it! Gu Hai's face darkened. He was about to escape when Luya and the others came. While Gu Hai was frustrated, he could only put the shackles on himself again. He activated the heaven-mending power. Instantly, the broken shackles were repaired. There's still Luya's golden net seal. Luckily, I have some of the golden net seal. Gu Hai took a deep breath. The heaven-mending power repaired the golden net seal. Buzz! Gu Hai immediately used the energy of the golden net to seal his cultivation and curled up under the big rock. Gu Hai closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Boom! A beam of holy light descended on the evil valley. The surrounding dark rain was instantly dispersed by the holy light. A flying boat appeared in midair. Yan Hua, Luya, Bingheim, and a group of angels stood on the flying boat. Where's the guardian? Yan Hua glared. No, we don't know. A few angels said in fear. Go, call Yi Hua to see me. If Gu Hai runs away, who's going to be responsible? Yan Hua glared. Looking at the valley, Yan Hua was completely enraged. Gu Hai was the only one in this huge prison valley. He could have run away so easily. Luya narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was asleep. What happened here? Your Majesty. Bingheim suddenly cried out with heartache. Gu Hai's current appearance did not have any of his usual aura. His clothes were tattered, his cultivation was sealed, and he was still wearing shackles. Was he curled up in a corner and asleep? Boom! A large number of angels rushed into the valley. At the same time, many angels flew in all directions. Yan Hua, father asked Tai Chu to guard Gu Hai. He's really guarding him well. Luya said coldly. Crown Prince Luya, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Yan Hua said anxiously. Everyone was also puzzled at this moment. Why did the prison become like this? Luya was one step faster and went to Gu Hai. He reached out and pinched Gu Hai. Buzz! A golden net appeared on Gu Hai's body. Oh! My seal is still there. Gu Hai is only unconscious. Luya's expression darkened. With a start, Gu Hai suddenly sobered up. What's going on? Gu Hai stared at Luya. Luya also narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai, as if he wanted to see the truth from Gu Hai's eyes. However, it was not so easy to see through Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai, what happened here? Where are the prisoners? And where are the guards? Yan Hua stared and shouted. Gu Hai stood up blankly and looked around. How would I know? I just came here and a black gas covered the valley. After that, I don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. Black gas? What black gas? Yan Hua stared. Gu Hai looked at Yan Hua coldly, as if he was unwilling to say. Your Majesty, how are you? Bingheim quickly went forward and looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Bingheim, are you okay? Gu Hai looked happy. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Bingheim cried and looked at Gu Hai. Why are you crying? It's not your fault. Gu Hai comforted her. Young master, we can't find second young master. An angel flew over. Look again. I just went to father's place and he's gone. Yan Hua glared. Yes. All the angels flew away. Yan Hua stared at Gu Hai, as if she wanted to see something in Gu Hai's eyes. Even Luya could not see it, let alone Yan Hua. Alright, Yan Hua, I've already told Tai Chu that Gu Hai will be under my watch for now. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Luya said. Father said so, but what exactly happened here? Only Gu Hai is still here, I think. Yan Hua said with a frown. There's nothing for you to think about. Gu Hai was sealed by me. Who can undo his seal? He must have fainted. You can investigate the rest yourself. Luya said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Hai and Bingheim were swept up and flew out of Heaven City. Looking at the light that Luya left, Yan Hua's expression was dark. Find. Get Yi Hua to see me. Yes. All the angels answered. Chapter 688. 50 million miles north of the Solar Divine Palace. The 33 cities of the Heavenly Court were flying quickly. In the Lingxiao Palace, Long Zhangguo wore a crown and a white dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked down at the officials. The three princes, the dragon race's supremes and Sima Zongheng stood at the front of the 2 rows while the officials stood respectfully behind them. Long Zhangguo, the Solar Divine Palace sent news that Ao Shun has been captured by Tai Chu. Tai Chu seems to want to use Ao Shun to threaten you. Long Zhangguo looked at the dragon race's supremes, Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang stepped forward and took a deep breath. His Holiness, Ao Shun's luck is bad. He can't blame others. His Holiness, don't worry. The North Sea Dragon Palace is leading the dragons this time. We've already given up on life and death. We'll share honor and disgrace with the Deqian. Long Zhangguo stared at Ao Tianhuang for a while and nodded. All right. If that's the case, I'll appoint Ao Tianhuang as the vanguard commander. Ao Tianhuang will lead the dragons to attack Tai Chu. I, Ao Tianhuang, accept the decree. Ao Tianhuang immediately roared. Tai Chu didn't perform well in the Heavenly Court, but this is his home ground after all. He has luck. Moreover, he has the 10th Dharma treasure in the world, 10 Direction Annihilation. Ao Tianhuang, don't let your guard down. Long Zhangguo said. His Holiness, don't worry. Ao Tianhuang replied. Long Zhangguo nodded. Solar Divine Palace's 361 Heavenly Palace Monster Kings are all extraordinary. They're the strongest monster kings that Tai Yi chose to subdue. They're given 361 monster stars and can set up the heavenly cycle star formation. They're powerful and are one of Tai Yi's arms. Long Zhangguo said. At this moment, Sima Zongheng stepped out from the crowd. I, Sima Zongheng, request to be the vanguard and lead the Deqian army. Dozhan Heavenly Star Formation. Sima Zongheng said in a deep voice. This subject is willing to follow Grand Preceptor Sima. This subject is willing to be the vanguard to destroy the stars for His Holiness. For a time, a large number of valiant generals in the imperial court asked for battle. Solar Divine Palace had a strong foundation, and the Deqian Celestial Dynasty was not weak either. Although the Deqian Celestial Dynasty had been established for thousands of years, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty was a place where all the strong cultivators in the world could gather. At this moment, all of them were filled with fighting spirit. Appoint Sima Zongheng as the vanguard of the left path, Commander Daewon. He will lead the Heavenly Court's 33rd Army and immediately battle the 361 demon kings of the Solar God Palace. He will break the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Long Zhangguo instructed. Yes, we will definitely not disappoint you. Sima Zongheng and a large number of officials responded. Reporting to His Holiness. First Crown Prince Long Shining stepped forward. Long Zhangguo looked at Long Shining. Eastern Sovereign Tai Yi has 2 arms besides Tai Chu and Taiwa. One is the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, and the other is the 10 Golden Crow Princes. The 10 Golden Crow Princes can set up the 10 Sun Sky Traversing Formation with overwhelming power. This subject, Long Shening, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Long Shening said. This subject, Long Shenwen, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Second Crown Prince Long Shenwen also said. This subject, Takashi Ryushin, requests to battle the 10 Golden Crow Princes. Third Crown Prince also said. Long Shening will be the vanguard of the right path, Commander Daewon. Long Shenwen and Takashi Ryushin will be the vice-marshals of the right path. From today onwards, lead your respective troops and kill the Golden Crow Princes. Long Zhanghua said. Yes. The 3 Crown Princes responded. As they approached Sun God Shrine, Long Zhanghua continued to issue military orders. In an instant, all 33 cities in the Heavenly Court were mobilized. Long Zhanghua had to stay in the Heavenly Court, and Long Zhanghua's target was Eastern Sovereign Tai. The army quickly gathered and prepared to attack Sun God Shrine. Heavenly Stellar City, Longchen Hall. Ao Tianhuang sat in the center of the hall as a group of Dragon Tribe members respectfully reported the news from Sun God Shrine. Ao Shun. Was he accidentally captured? Ao Tianhuang said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai was also captured. Not long ago, there was a huge battle under the Fusang tree. Tai. Crown Prince Ao Shun is being closely guarded. A Dragon Tribe member said worriedly. Sovereign, that's Crown Prince Ao Shun. If we rush in like this, Tai Chu will definitely kill him. Sovereign, if we go now, what about the Crown Prince? The elders of the Dragon Tribe were anxious. Ao Tianhuang also frowned. Ao Tianhuang had said resolutely in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, but how could he not care about his son, who he cared about the most? After a moment of silence, Ao Tianhuang sighed. Perhaps this is fate. Shun is unlucky. I can only hope that I can find Shun soul in the future. What? Sovereign, you're giving up on Crown Prince Ao Shun? The elders asked anxiously. Remember, don't have any other thoughts this time. If His Holiness succeeds, even if you die in battle, His Holiness can control the reincarnation of heaven and earth and revive you. Ao Shun is dead. He will be revived soon. Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Yes. The elders were helpless. Report. A guard rushed into the Longchen Hall. Sovereign, there is the Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, outside. He said that he has a way to save Crown Prince Ao Shun. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Let him in. Ao Tianhuang's eyes lit up. Soon, Guqin and Montez stepped into the Longchen Hall. The Crown Prince of the Han Dynasty, Guqin, greets Sovereign Ao Shun. Guqin solemnly bowed to Ao Shun. Meng Tai followed suit and bowed. Guqin, why are you looking for me? Ao Tianhuang asked in a deep voice. Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush with supremacy Ao. My great Han Dynasty's experts have also come to assist Supremacy Ao in rescuing Crown Prince Ao Shun and my imperial father. Gu Qin solemnly declared. Gu Hai. You are well informed. You know about the Solar God Shrine. Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Yes, although the Dehan dynasty has many experts, they are not as strong as the Solar God Shrine. Ao Shun and my father are in the Heavenly City. I have a plan to save them. I only ask for your cooperation. Guqin solemnly said. Ao Tianhuang squinted his eyes and said, How can I trust you? Sovereign Ao, this is my plan. Please take a look. Guqin took out a bamboo scroll and handed it to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang took it doubtfully and opened it gently. It was filled with small words. Ao Tianhuang's pupils shrank when he saw the words. He then squinted his eyes and thought about the possibility of the words on the bamboo scroll. Sovereign Ao, time is of the essence. Once the two armies fight, there will be no more chance. Gu Qin said anxiously. Good, good, good. Gu Hai's son is not to be trifled with. I have underestimated you. Ao Tianhuang stared at Gu Qin. You want to save Ao Shun, and we want to save our father. We will each take what we need. Gu Qin smiled. We will do as you say. Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Heavenly City. Evil Valley. A large number of angels were guarding this place. Holy light soared into the sky. Yan Hua was standing respectfully behind Tai Chu. Tai Chu waved his hand, and countless white powder suddenly appeared from the ground. The powder quickly gathered, and gradually, the powder gathered to form 500 skeletons. Skeletons? These skeletons? Father, those prisoners and guards who disappeared were killed. And Yi Hua? Yan Hua's expression changed. Tai Chu's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not refute, but silently agreed with what Yan Hua said. Slap. Suddenly, a small finger flew out from the forest and landed on one of the skeletons. Yi Hua is not inside, right? Father, Yi Hua is not dead. Yan Hua said anxiously. This is Yi Hua. Tai Chu looked coldly at the skeleton in front of him. This is Yi Hua. Yan Hua gasped and his expression changed. Second young master. Suddenly, countless angels knelt down. Yi Hua. He has been resurrected once. He can't be resurrected again. Is he dead? Yan Hua's expression also turned cold. Are you sure that Gu Hai was the only one left in the valley? Tai Chu said coldly. Yes, only Gu Hai was there. It was him. He killed Yi Hua. Yan Hua said angrily. Tai Chu suddenly turned and looked coldly at Yan Hua. Ridiculous. What? Yan Hua's expression froze. I've checked Lu Ya's seal. Even I can't break it. Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed and shackled. How could he kill so many prisoners and angels? How could he kill Yi Hua? Tai Chu said coldly. Yan Hua's expression froze. Moreover, if Gu Hai killed Yi Hua, why would he stay in the valley and wait for you? Tai Chu said coldly. I don't know. Yan Hua's expression changed. If they came to save Gu Hai, they would naturally take Gu Hai away. But Gu Hai did not leave. Are they trying to frame Gu Hai? Is the person who killed Yi Hua Gu Hai's enemy? Tai Chu's expression darkened. But how could Gu Hai's enemy enter Heaven City? The four directions black angels are always guarding the four directions. Yan Hua said anxiously. Gu Hai's enemy? Tai Chu looked at Yi Hua's white bones and suddenly saw a strand of green hair between the gaps of the bones. The hair was very thin. Tai Chu pinched it gently and narrowed his eyes at the green hair. Is this a peacock's feather? Yan Hua's expression darkened. Peacock? Impossible. The great Miujin would not kill Yi Hua to frame Gu Hai. It's not Kong Xian. Tai Chu said solemnly. Father, Heaven City is heavily guarded. Other than Kong Xian, who else could sneak in? Yan Hua shouted angrily. Allah, I remember that when Gu Hai confronted Kong Xian that day, he said that Kong Xian was the spy of the Long Zhanghua. Yes, Allah, I heard it too. The surrounding angels shouted. Shut up. Remember, it's not Kong Xian. It's someone else. Tai Chu shouted coldly. Yes. Yan Hua and the rest of the angels replied. Although Tai Chu repeatedly emphasized that it was not Kong Xian, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kong Xian was Tai Yi's most trusted person. That was why Tai Yi gave Kong Xian the right to control the cosmic cycle star formation. What if Kong Xian betrayed them? Tai Chu's hair stood on end in an instant. A thought suddenly sprouted in his heart. Luya brought Guhai and Bingheim to the sky above the Fusang tree, where a huge city was. This is Luya's city. Crown Prince Luya, your own city. Bingheim said solemnly. Luya did not say anything. He just led the two of them into the city. There was a large amount of fog outside the city, making it difficult to see inside. In the center of the city was a huge palace called Temple of the Gods. Outside the Temple of the Gods, there were countless demon guards. Temple of the Gods. How arrogant! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Temple of the Gods. The most mysterious palace in Solar God Palace. No one has ever entered it. Even Tai Yi has never entered your Temple of the Gods. Bingheim narrowed her eyes. Today, I'll bring you in to take a look. Luya sneered. Bring us in to take a look. I remember that the reason why the Temple of the Gods is so mysterious is because anyone who enters the Temple of the Gods never comes out again. Including one of your sisters. Ha, you want to kill us? Bingheim looked coldly at Luya. Luya brought the two of them to the entrance of the Temple of the Gods. Greetings, Master. Countless Yao clan guards bowed respectfully. Luya ignored the guards. Instead, he looked at Guhai and Bingheim. Do I have to wait until now to kill you? The Temple of the Gods is my world. Let's go. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.